block, David Anderson and John Fielding. Number 2 is Baptism. Otis Fonstedt, the Tratterman driver. He wears the colors of Diamond Creek Racing. 3, a little bit of Lexus. Nifty Norman Trains. Dexter Dunn for the Penske Stables and David Hose. She's a Lucky One. That's number 4. Ron Burke trains for A1 Racing. Sabin Lard drives. Number 5 is Raised by Lindy. Domenico Cecchine trains. Shotty Gingras wears the colors of the Lindy Farms. Number 6, Fashion Scooter. Jim Campbell trains. Tim Tetrick aboard for the Fashion Farms LLC. 7 is out. Number 8 is Disclosure. Chris Beaver trains. Todd McCarthy up for the Delaware Group, Equinix Racing Corporation, and Joe Spracco. That is the field for the second race. Scratch 7 more than ever. That is the only change. The Pick 5 sequence, races 3 through 6 are clear. And once again, we'll send it downstairs to Dave Brower, standing by with the gentleman we're all happy to see back in Lexington. He's standing by with Mr. George Siegel.
Yes, we are, Gabe. Thanks very much. Back on the set here, our stage underneath the grandstand at the Red Mile. What a beautiful day it is, and what a beautiful thing it is to have Mr. George Siegel back with us. We touched on Brittany Farms just a little bit. I'm going to get back to that a little later. But the big news in town this week, aside from the racing, is the sale. And the only word I can attach to it as it stands right now is gangbusters.
The only word I can attach to it is wow.
Wow. Okay.
Right.
Are you surprised by the success so far?
I don't think anybody's surprised that the sale would be up. I think they're surprised, amazed that how much it's up.
Well, I got the chance to walk around over there, visit all of the consigners, chit-chat a little bit. I try to do my homework and get some stuff for the future there. But the horses all look great this season. Thank God the weather held up, because horses look so much better when you're showing them in ideal weather. But a lot of beautiful horses were sold over the course of this week.
Well, I think the outlook among horsemen, among owners, among trainers, is that there's more money to go for. Kentucky expanded dramatically its program, and it's only, I think, the beginning. And New Jersey has seen an uptick, certainly very positive. I think other states will try to do what they can within their budgets to get racing better. Indiana's doing well, Ohio's doing well. It's a good time to be in racing.
It is a good time, and a lot of new faces, I think, were perusing those sales ground. You probably saw some too.
I saw a lot of new faces, plus the online betting was very strong. And who knows where that comes from?
Well, unfortunately, many of our neighbors to the north in Canada and many of our neighbors across the seas from Europe, they're still not really allowed to ship and come here, so maybe that's the way they have to buy their horses.
Absolutely.
All right, listen, I want to congratulate you on Blue Diamond Eyes, who a week ago became the 43rd millionaire bred by Brittany Farms. Great job by you, and of course Art Subrod, his wife Leah as well. You just sold the yearling full sister to Blue Diamond Eyes. Seashell was her name, and she brought a pretty penny, $450.
That was amazing also. Marvin Katz bought her.
Okay.
And I'm waiting for the phone call.
Oh, to buy back in? You're going to have to take a piece of that one, right?
No doubt.
Okay, well, we know you're capable of that. It's just a matter of maybe how much Marvin will let you in for. I want to just touch on one sad thing. You bred Manchego, and of course it was announced this week that she has had to have been retired. What an amazing, female trotter she was. We talked about all her accolades, fastest ever, $3.14 million. Does it make you sad that her racing career had to come to an end?
Well, everything comes to an end, David.
That is true.
She raced a long, long time. I don't know how many races she is, but probably over 60.
She won 39 of her 65 lifetime starts.
Well, there's a time, and that sounds like a pretty good time.
Yeah, she retires as a 6-year-old with that $3.14 million bankroll. But again, many, many champions have been bred by you and Art over at the Brittany Farms here. It's an incredible thing. I just want to talk about the Red Mile here, too, the racetrack itself. I think the place looks as fabulous as ever this year. And your team here keeps this historic place alive so that we get to enjoy it year after year.
Well, a lot of work goes in. Joe Costa and all the people here, that do a great job. The track is something that the actual dirt on the track itself, is something that we're very proud of. That's the number one thing that we care about when we come here. And we want to make sure that we don't want to ever hear a complaint from a trainer about the racetrack.
And that very rarely happens. And you and I both know other racetracks, usually there's a lot of complaining.
Right.
That's just what trainers like to do, but we'll let them off the hook. Now, you get to race a very big horse tomorrow. So I know that's another part of the reason why you're here. You wanted to come see Perfect Sting race in person. Now, again, we know he's lost a couple of photo finishes this year, but he keeps trying his heart out. He's just a champion horse, and he just needs a little bit more to get over the edge and win one of these signature events.
Well, I think he's been in 22 or 23 races, and he's finished first or second in all but one. I'd love to see him get across the finish line first and in the Breeders' Crown, but I'm sure he'll do the best he can.
Now, when you're watching these races, whether it's on your computer, on your phone, however you do it, does it get a little frustrating when you lose a few of those photo finishes?
It always gets frustrating,
Yeah.
but you get over it.
You do get over it because
Move
there's
on.
always another race coming, and we'll see his best tomorrow afternoon in that division of the Tattersalls. Now, today we got to honor the memory of a couple of great horsemen. Of course, we just had Kevin Thomas and his wife in the winner's circle, but Ron Gerfine too. Now, Ronnie trained several champions for you, including a Hamiltonian with Self-Possessed here. Lots of good memories with Ronnie.
Ronnie was a unique individual. Ronnie won 3 Hamiltonians in the space of 5 years. And Ronnie selected the horses and trained the horses. First of all, there are not many trainers who won 3 Hamiltonians, but to do it in 5 years was a pretty good thing.
It was an amazing run, and that's probably one of the reasons why he's in the Hall of Fame. We're going to have a big get-together out on the main track after this second race. I've got about 15 seconds to answer my last question, and give me your best Ronnie Gerfine guru story. Whether it's at a restaurant, at a training center, give it to us.
Well, Ronnie Gerfine and I had dinner together many times, and Ronnie always had a story about a horse. I can't remember which one, but he's always remembered a horse that he got from me, well, Ambro Mascara, who was having problems, and he came over, he said, let me train that horse. I never had a horse with him. He said, let me train that horse as a 4-year-old. And I gave it to Ronnie. She won 12 in a row.
There you go. That's the kind of horseman he was. Thank you for sharing that with us, and thank you for stepping up to talk with us for a couple of minutes today. Enjoy the rest of the day, and good luck with Perfect Sting tomorrow.
It's a pleasure, and thank you.
All right, up to Gabe, 2-year-old trotting fillies here in race 2.
First division of the International Muddy. Scratched out of my field of 7 to kick off the pick 5. 6 Fashion Scooters off stride. Betting 6 are off and trotting. Baptism flashing good early speed with a little bit of Lexus. Living out next door, Selfie Queen protects her pylon position as those 3 move across, see a track into the opening turn. And Selfie Queen asserts her authority there. She moves back out to take the lead for Zeron. Baptism will dive in the second spot. A little bit of Lexus. They're floating wide third. A tight rein from Jingran, raised by Lindy. She's out behind the top trio in 4th. She's the lucky one. Came out following in 5th. It's 2 more back to Disclosure and far back to Fashion Scooter. After the miscue at the beginning, the quarter was 28-1. Selfie Queen, the Kentucky Sire Stakes champion, on the point. She's 2.5 clear of Baptism across the backstretch. A little bit of Lexus. Following in 3rd, she's anxious for Dexter Dunn, but he's still biding his time at this point. And now she will begin to advance up on the outside. So a little bit of Lexus on the move across the backstretch. The 4-5 favorite looks to loop up and past Selfie Queen. Baptism is now back to a 3rd, raised by Lindy 4th. As the move past the half in 56-1, little bit of Lexus has taken over. A little bit of Lexus carries that speed out of the far turn. Selfie Queen is tracking very closely in 2nd. Baptism still saving ground in 3rd. Raised by Lindy is underway to the outside now. 4th for Jingrod. 3 more back to She's the Lucky One, who saves ground in front of Disclosure. Still far back to Fashion Scooter as the fillies trot towards the top of the stretch. A little bit of Lexus. See a favorite continues to show the way. She starts to get a little separation now. She's 2.5 clear of Selfie Queen. Raised by Lindy, still advancing up at the outside. They're past 3/4 and have picked up 123-4. A little bit of Lexus, still the one to catch. Raised by Lindy, advancing down the center late. Selfie Queen is 3rd. They move into mid-stretch now. Still a short lead for a little bit of Lexus. Raised by Lindy. Inching in down the center. Selfie Queen third. Raised by Lindy or a little bit of Lexus. Raised by Lindy. Raised by Lindy will go past to win. A little bit of Lexus was second. Selfie Queen third. Far back fourth. She's the lucky one in 151-3. Five, 3, 1, 4. Is that official? 5, 3, 1, 4 unofficially. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. This is Raised by Lindy. Another stakes win here during the Grand Circuit season for Domenico Cecchine, Yannick Gingras. The bike once more. Raised by Lindy, owned and bred by the Lindy Farms of Enfield, Connecticut. Back-to-back Grand Circuit Stakes victories for Raised by Lindy. She is a 2-year-old bay filly by Walder from the Credit Wintermare Birthright. Now 4 of 8 to begin her career. Winning effort this afternoon, career best clocking, 151-3. Raised by Lindy wins again. Raised by Lindy takes the first division of the International Money. And of course, the International Money campaigned by Lindy Farms as well. He now stands at the Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania. His first crop yearlings well received this week at the Lexington Select Yearling Sale. International Money, namesake for the International Stallion Stake here this afternoon. The Lindy Connections pick up the first division with Raised by Lindy at a career best 151-3. Second race results are official. The slight second choice to kick off this afternoon's Pick 5, Raised by Lindy, off at odds of 3-2. She returns $5, $2.20 and $2.10. Second of the 3, little bit of Lexus, $2.20, $2.10. Third of the 1, Selfie Queen, $2.20. Two favorites of the exacta was $8.40. The $1 trifecta worth $8.50. The early double for a deuce was $8.40. 20-cent superfecta, $17 and a dime. Official rundowns for the second race, Selfie Queen third. Number 2, Baptism fifth. 3, Little Bit Alexis second. 4, She's a Lucky One fourth. 5, Raised by Lindy the Winner. 6, Fashion Scooter was 7th. Number 7, More Than Ever scratched. 8, Disclosure was 6th. Rechecking top down 352. 417 scratch and 6 on the bottom. Raised by Lindy 151 and 3. Third race up next. It's the first division of the Tall Dark Stranger International Stallion Stake for the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacer, sponsored by the Tall Dark Stranger Syndicate and the Hanover Shoe Farms. Purse of $92,300. The Bardo changes at the upcoming third race. Fans, if you're on track with us here this afternoon or joining us via our extensive simulcasting network, please stay tuned. At the conclusion of the replay for race 2, we are going to honor Ron Gerfine here today. We unfortunately lost just earlier this year. Again, stay tuned here after the conclusion of the second race replay as horsemen will be returning trackside. Once again, fans, anyone that would like to pay their respects, welcome to join the ceremony on the track here as we get set to honor Ron Gerfond. And at this time, we'd ask you to please direct your attention to the infield video screen or your television monitor. In May of this year, our sport not only lost one of our greatest traders, but also one of our biggest personalities. Ron Gerfond definitely came full circle in the standardbred business. He was an owner in the early 60s and then became an owner-trader, then primarily a trader, and finished his career as an owner-trader again. Ron owned overnight horses at Monticello in the mid-60s, and after selling his women's apparel company, took over the training of his stock. He had moderate success over the next decade or so. He made a good living buying cheap trotters and improving them to the point that he could sell them for a decent profit. His first big stake win was a win in the 1982 Adios with Higher Power, but he really made the hardest world take notice when he set a world record for age trotting mares of 155 with Franconia. He also made some noise with the good Hardesty at the same time. Ron made the transition to the Meadowlands full-time in the early 90s. This was quickly followed by him making a real presence in the upper echelon of the trotting world. His first group of top trotters included Beat the Will, Carey's Crown, M.B. Felty, Imperfection, Baltic Striker, and Lady Starlet. Having earned the nickname the Guru by then, Ron won the first of his 3 Hambletonians with the stellar Victory Dream. The Guru had made a prediction the year before that to beat a Valley Victory, you will have to have one. This prediction was made before the first one ever raced, and it was quickly evident that he nailed it. Ron followed up that performance by winning the Hambletonian with the Great Filly Continental Victory. As a 2-year-old, Connie won 10 of 17 with the 9-race winning streak. Ronnie believed Continental Victory to be the best horse he ever sat behind. He then won another Hambletonian, his 3rd, with the wickedly fast Self-Possessed. Ron commented several times that he didn't have to teach him to go fast, he had to teach him to go slow. Ron also enjoyed several stakes wins in Italy. It became a bonus to his owners after the season was over in the States to head to Italy for a well-deserved celebration of another winning season. Ron's final stakes winner truly did make the circle whole with his top-pacing filly Lucy's Pearl as part owner and trainer. Lucy is the dam of the top stakes winner, Little Brown Jug champion, Luce Pearlman. While Ron had a career surpassed by few, his proudest moments were of his children Blake and Lauren. Both attended Brown University and are quite successful in the business world and the parents of 3 wonderful grandchildren. Fans, at this time, we'd ask you to please take a moment of silence as we remember the Guru, Ron Gerfond. Thank you. And in just a couple of moments, we'll be sending it down trackside. Dave Brower will be standing by as we get a few more memories of one of the stops to sport's biggest stars. And at this time, we'll sit it down trackside. Dave Brower standing by with Frank Antonacci here as we continue to remember one of our long friends here, the sport of harness racing, Ron Gerfond.
Thank you very much, Gabe Pruitt, in the Diamond Creek Farm Winner's Circle with Frank Antonacci. We couldn't get Art Zubrod to come on over, and I understand that. It's a very emotional situation for him. But let me just read off a couple of the stats that I wrote down for Mr. Gerfond, who I had the pleasure of knowing for many, many years. Quite a character. We'll get your comment on that. Inducted into the Harness Racing's Hall of Fame in Goshen, New York, 2006. He won 3 Hambletonians within a span of 5 years, as you heard George Siegel tell us on the stage. 6 Breeders' Crowns, 673 winners he trained over the course of his decade's career, and over $24 million in purses. That's not bad from a guy from New York City who made his way to Monticello, New York, then down to the Meadowlands, and then on the Grand Circuit.
Yeah, and all with quite a bit of swagger, too, all along the way. He was really one of the great personalities and trainers in the sport. And if you were unsure, all you had to do was ask him.
That is true, and that would come up at some of those dinners that you said. Now, your family, the Antonacci family, sometimes you were rivals, most times you were friends, sometimes you were on the same team. But give us the course of your family's history with Ronnie over the decades.
Yeah, I mean, I from a personal perspective, I literally grew up with Blake and Lauren. So down in Florida, spent a lot of time with Ronnie, his family, and had a lot of great memories that way. And on the business side, I mean, we had experiences all from great amount of anger to the greatest amount of joy. And the greatest part of our relationship, my relationship with him, has been, or was over the last couple of years, really getting to work with him to select young horses. And Ronnie really loved champions and selecting champions, and he was great at it.
Well, the two that you raced over the past couple of days look like they could be potential champions. Raised by Lindy, the filly that just won here, and he had a little something to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, he was a big part of the team for the last several years to build us where we are now again. And, yeah, he was definitely a big part of finding the right horses.
Like I asked George when we were doing our interview up at the stage here, everybody has one true guru story. What's yours?
I don't think I could share that on TV.
Well, give me one that's family friendly.
No, I really will never forget winning the Hamiltonian with Victory Dream. My Uncle Frank, cousin Frank, and the whole family being there. And actually, we have a great photo in our living room of winning a Townsend Ackerman, and it's Ronnie, my father, and really all of the kids from the Antonacci family, all there with big smiles, and he brought us a lot of joy.
He did. What a beautiful tribute today. All of the horsemen that came out front. We thank everybody here at the Red Mile, and for all of you guys and horsemen for coming out to honor a truly great horseman and a truly wonderful character.
Absolutely. One of the greatest characters of all time.
All right, Ron Gerfine left us this year at 80, survived by the two children that you just mentioned, Lauren Pereira and Blake Gerfine, who could not be with us today.
Thanks a lot, guys, and a big driver change here to pass along. Get a driver change in the fourth race this afternoon. It's been announced for the first time. Driver change in the fourth race. One Miss Walter fashion. The driver will be Andy McCarthy. Andy McCarthy will drive the One Miss Walter fashion in this afternoon's fourth race. And that change being announced for the first time.
Discover the best in North American standardbred racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park. With over 200,000 per night in purses, racing 4 nights a week, and an industry-leading stakes program, Woodbine Mohawk Park offers the most opportunities to win. Rushes up on the far outside. Join the growing ranks of owners from all over the globe and race with us at the #1 standardbred racetrack in North America.
The 2021 Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge, presented by Liebfeld Cats Breeding Partnership, is raising money for 4 local charities: the New Jersey Special Olympics, Encourage Kids Foundation, the New Jersey Pandemic Relief Fund, and the John Thurr Cancer Center. We thank platinum sponsors Nancy Tactor, Ron Burke, Nifty Norman, Brett Pelling, and Tony Alanya. Gold sponsors Deo Valente Farms, Concord Stud Farm, Marcus Melander, Julie Miller, Linda Toscano, and Hogan Equine Clinic. Silver sponsors Chris Rotter, Noel Daly, Jim Campbell, Aki Svanstedt, and the Cancellaries. And drivers Dexter Dunn, Yannick Jingra, Tim Tetrick, and Dave Miller.
Stay hungry. One of the greatest sons of Sun Beach somewhere. the undisputed sire of sires. Out of world champion, My Little Dragon, winner of the Breeders' Crown and 2 legs of Pacing's Triple Crown.
Stay Hungry, 147 and 3.
Stay Hungry's first crop is uniformly strong and correct with presence to spare. Feast on 2022 stakes races with the purchase of a Stay Hungry yearling, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Track bugler Ryan Courtney brings the 2-year-old trotting fillies onto the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. Not to get ahead of ourselves, it's race 3. First division of the Tall Dark Stranger. Purse of $92,300. Third race sponsored by the Tall Dark Stranger Syndicate and the Hanover Shoe Farms. No changes here in the third. The one is Birthday. Ron Burke trains the Burke Racing Stable, and Weaver Brushibby. Tim Tetrick drives. Number 2 is Market Based. Nancy Tactor trains. Dexter Dudup. For Chuck Pompey, Edwin Gold in the H&M Taylor Stable. 3, P.J. Lou. Mark Harder trains. He co-owns with Dean Lockhart and Wayne Carlton, Andy Miller. 4 is Gulf Shores. Brian Brown trains. Roddy Wren Jr. drives for Country Club Acres. Diamond Creek Racing, the Wingfield Brothers. Number 5 is Early Action. Joe Holloway trains. Brian Sears up for the Val d'Or Farms and Ted Gilberts. 6 is Lou Sasson. Ron Burke trains the Burke Racing Stable, the Patalytic Stable. Weaver Brushibby and Larry Carr, Yadik Jingra. 7 is Atlas Hanover. Tony Galadja trains. Andy McCarthy drives. 4, Robert LeBlanc. David Anderson, Ken Jacobs, and in the Jim Partners. That is the field for the third race. It kicks off the early pick 3. There are no changes in the pick 3 races. Correction, we did have that late driver change in the fourth race. Let's get a late change. Note that race 4, 1 Miss Walter Fashion, Andy McCarthy. Andy McCarthy will drive the 1 Miss Walter Fashion race 4. That is your only change now in the early pick 3. Dave Brower, we get set here for the third race, and that was a very nice tribute and ceremony to Ron Gerfine, who all had the pleasure of knowing in the business, and as everyone said, just a huge, huge loss to the industry overall, but a great tribute. It's been quite an emotional day so far, just a couple of races in.
It certainly has, and thanks to the people that came out and talked to me, thanks to the horsemen that all hopped on the vans there to come on out and form that nice horse show. It was a worthy tribute to a gentleman that we will never forget. I guess that's about the best way to say that.
Yes, indeed. That is certainly the case. We move on here to the third race this afternoon, our first pacing stake of the day. Do want to remind everyone we've got the hat contest, Dave, here tomorrow. That Kentucky Futurity hat contest, major swag on the line there. If you could pick up a winner of that Kentucky Futurity hat contest, so put together your best Futurity Day hat. Those will be judged tomorrow afternoon. You see, there's the hat contest. It's sponsored by Wycliffe Veterinary Pharmacy. And we'll see. They'll always get some good hats involved. You may be on the judges panel for that hat contest, Dave Brown.
Yeah, sometimes I do get drafted for that. It's either a foodie kind of a contest or a hat contest, and I'm more than happy to serve as a potential judge. But we want to have a couple of participants here. One thing we won't be able to blame is the weather. It should be an absolutely spectacular day here, so show off your best creation and still have a little time to make one up.
Yeah, and then also we're going to give away 400 baseball caps. Kentucky Futurity baseball cap giveaway tomorrow. That's first come, first serve. So make sure you're here early tomorrow, enjoying the beautiful weather. The Round Barn, of course, opens 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you'd like to come on out early and enjoy that as well, it's going to be just a great day of racing. 400 Kentucky Futurity hats. That's sponsored by Weissman Farms, part of that giveaway here tomorrow afternoon. Well, we're not giving anything away in the third race day, but we're going to try and find a winner nonetheless. And we have got a pair battling for favoritism here. I believe you and I went opposite directions. I'm going to set it down by the seaside. I've loved this guy all season long in the Buckeye State. That's Gulf Shores. He was undefeated, arriving in town last week. Just got beat there. It was a rough beginning for him. Actually took a couple of rough steps there off the gate. Not quite sure what that was, but he rallied back to miss there to the big long shot. Nautical had over by a half length. Going to forgive him for that. I think he's poised for a better effort here this afternoon, so I'm going to come back to Gulf Shores. Who's going to end up being the favorite here?
It's going to be very close, but I would edge towards Gulf Shores in that particular category. And as we talked about on our pregame show, Gabe, sometimes it takes a race when you visit a new track for the first time, and that seemed to be the experience for Gulf Shores there. He's now used to it. He sees everything as well. He gets a much better post here, so Ronnie Wren Jr. Might be able to be a little bit more aggressive with him. It seemed like they just wanted to have him race from off the pace, and you have to do that every once in a while. Throughout his races up in Ohio, he was 1 to 5, 1 to 9 every week, and it's difficult to work out those kinds of trips. Now, early action, let's not take anything away from him. 6 for 8 for Hall of Fame trainer Joe Holloway, and the connections as well. Marty Granov's Val d'Or Farms, Ted Gewertz here, a gelded son of Huntsville, but I loved his effort last week when he polished off the big favorite Pebble Beach near the end, and it looked like he had a little bit left in the tank too. We got a nice price then, 4 to 1. You and I both knew I wasn't going to get that today.
No, you got that good price across in week one, and he knocked off, Dave, well, for what many people, have said headlining in the Grand Circuit could have been the most talented 2-year-old, at least coming in a lot of sharp individuals' minds, Pebble Beach. So that's a very big resume builder there for early action. He is the sharp horse right now. He's won 5 consecutive into today. He'll try and take another step forward. Another talented son of Huntsville. How explosive is his first crop bet as well, Dave? We see a couple of the first crop sires here represented by the 2 favorites, Gulf Shores in early action.
This should be a good one. Looking forward to it. 3 to 5 versus 6 to 5. Gabe, we send it back up to you for the call of the third, the Tall Dark Stranger.
That Crawford Farm starting gate has moved into position. It's post time for race 3. Starter call. First division of the Tall Dark Stranger, the double millionaire son. The Bettor's Delight stands at the Hanover Shoe Farms. His first foals arrive next year. We're all looking forward to that. Tall Dark Stranger, Dan Patch Horse of the Year in 2020. Winner of 19 of 22. Field of 7 lined up. Purse over $92,000. Ron Gate to kick off the pick 3. And they are off and pacing. P.J. Lou came out swinging early for Miller, and he quickly sprints to the top. Gulf Shores also left the gate early, and down at the inside, Birthday. Move on through. Early action. Floating wide at the opening turn. He'll dive in 4th as Market Based came out racing in 5th. Lou Sassett is next, and at the back, Atlas Hanover as they circle the Tattersall's turn. Gulf Shores right to the point here. The setup down by the seaside takes up the lead from P.J. Lou. Birthday looking over the top pair 3rd with early action. Still patient at this point 4th. The opening quarter was moderate. It was just 28 seconds. Market Based follows from 5th in front of Lou Sassett. The long shot Atlas Hanover at the back of the pack. No change in position as they move across the backstretch. The second choice, Gulf Shores, continues uncontested with P.J. Lou tracking loosely second. Birthday still third, 2.5 off the top. And for the early action, he's still patient. Fourth off the top trio. Market Base biding his time in fifth. He'll now flush the cover of early action as Lou Sasson wheels to the outside. He'll be a third up. Atlas Hanover shoots a gap down at the inside. The half have picked up 55 and 2. Gulf Shores on top onto the far turn with 3/8 to pace. He looks to buckle down now with the challenge of early action, so the favorites drop the gloves midway around the far turn. Market Based, well spotted. He's up second over the outside. P.J. Lou's urged to try and stay on fourth. Birthday swings wide from fifth. Top of the stretch, the favorites continue to do battle. They're past 3/4 in 123. Gulf Shores trying to fight off early action. Nothing separates those two. They match strides there into the final eighth of a mile. Market Based inches in third. Far outside, that's Birthday. Early action is taken over now from Gulf Shores, and early action powers to the top. Gulf Shores trying to last on for minor spoils with Market Based and Birthday, but it's early action 6 in a row. Early action wins it in hand. Birthday routed to be second. It was very close for third. Gulf Shores or Market Based at 150. Five, 1, 2, 4 unofficially in the third. It's 5-1, 2-4 unofficial in race 3. Turning track side for the Diamond Creek Farm winner's presentation. This is early action. Joe Holloway, the trainer. Brian Sears picks up his second win already in the Saturday program. Early action's owned by the Val d'Or Farm, Spring Lake, New Jersey, and Ted Gewertz of New York. He picks up his 6th consecutive stakes victory. Early action, a 2-year-old gelded son of Huntsville. The Village Joltmare Fashion Katie, bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania. He's now 7 of 9 in his career. The winning effort, 150 for early action. Back-to-back Grand Circuit Stakes victories here in Lexington. Greeting the Winning Connections trackside to make the trophy presentation, Buck and Judy Chafee. On behalf of the Tall Dark Stranger Syndicate and the Hanover Shoe Farms, sponsors of this afternoon's International Stallion Stake. Third race results are official. 5 early action returns $3.40, $3 $2.80. Second to the 1 birthday, $10.20 at $18. Third to the 2 market based, $16. The exacta was $27.60. A $1 trifecta, $61.70. The 20-cent superfecta was $27.54. Official rundowns for the third race. Birthday was second. Number 2 market based third. 3 PJ Lou was sixth. Number 4 Gulf Shores finished fourth. 5 early action the winner. 6 Loose Assassin seventh. Number 7 Atlas Hanover was fifth. Rechecking. Top 10 it's 2, 3, 6, 4, 1, 7, and 5 on the bottom. Early action picks up his 6th in a row. And to learn a little more about early action, and a man that packs a very powerful 1-2 punch here in Lexington with early action and perfect sting, Dave Brower, standing by with trainer Joe Holloway.
Pruitt, coming to you from the Diamond Creek Farm Winter Circle, we've got Hall of Fame trainer Joe Holloway here, who is now primed and set up for what could be a very big weekend here in Lexington, Kentucky. Early action with a Week 1 win by a head where he fought all the way down the stretch to get by a big favorite. Today, he was actually the 3-5 favorite here. Early action, the gelded son of Huntsville here. It took a while to get this horse going in the right direction. He's got a little bit of an attitude, but even you are now impressed by the 2 efforts he's put in here this 2 weeks.
Yeah, the 2 efforts here, and when he had raced in the kindergarten, I was impressed. And after that night, I started counting the number of starts to make sure we don't get too many for next year.
6 in a row, as Gabe Pruitt said. Brian Sears picked up the drive last week. What did you tell him then, and what did Brian tell you after when you guys just took the picture?
He said, thank goodness we had a winner together, and I didn't tell him anything. Brian's the best, and he doesn't talk to me besides that.
That's probably a good thing.
Some days it is.
All right, now listen. Last week, the trip worked out perfectly. It was a perfect trip and drive. He did, outgame that big favorite and showed that he wants to fight. Today's trip was a little bit different. He really had to earn it. Gulf Shores, who's a very talented colt himself, is on the lead. You had to grind up on after him. Any anxious moments there?
Well, you never know for sure, and you have to see how good they are. But once he took command, I knew it was over. I mean, David Millard said it. He said the colt likes to win. He felt bad for picking off. He had a good one for Ron Burke, but he said, your colt likes to win. And that's a big thing when they like to do that.
How many more starts there this year then?
Hopefully 2.
Okay, 2 more starts. That would probably be the Breeders' Crown. I would be remiss if we didn't talk about the big horse tomorrow. I got to talk to co-owner George Siegel on the stage a little bit while ago. Perfect Sting. How was he yesterday? How was he today? And how do you think he's going to be tomorrow?
Every day's a good day for him. I'd like to wake up feeling that good every day. He's got to get over just playing around and put his mind to his business. Tomorrow with the bulky field, I hope that's the day he does, and he has to work at it. Last week, the leader did get away from us by a few lengths in a little bit of a slow pace, and we had some time to make up over the sloppy track. But we were still second best. He's made a lot of money, but he's not got the wins.
Big field tomorrow, field of 12. Does that concern you at all? But you're in a decent spot out of the gate.
Drew a great spot. The horse has whatever you want to do. Speed, take a hold, do whatever. And he likes being first up if he has to be, because he will at least fight that way. And so, no, I don't mind.
All right, congratulations on the win here with early action. We will see you back in New Jersey. And good luck tomorrow with Perfect Sting. I hope you don't need it.
I'll take all the luck we could get. I hope we get it done.
All right, congratulations, sir.
Reach the people you have to reach by advertising in Harness Racing Update, the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU provides the best bang for your advertising dollars because we reach and engage your potential customers anywhere in the world. Not only has HRU grown its subscriber base by nearly 30% in just 3 years, but our open and click rates far exceed industry averages, which tells us that readers are engaged with the digital publication and how they receive it. Plus, your ad support helps us keep HRU free to subscribers. Find out more today by visiting harnessracingupdate.com and clicking on the advertising link at the top of the page.
For over 25 years, Terra Hills Stud has worked with partners to help produce champion stallions. We are proud to have bred great racehorses like Fade Out, Shower Play, Precious Delight, and There's a Demon in Me. Our stallions, past and present, have had tremendous success while making a huge impact on racing across North America. Terra Hills Stud, where champions stand and champion yearlings are raised. Log on to terrahills.com.
Tall Dark Stranger, 2020 Dan Patch Horse of the Year. Winner of 19 of 22 starts at 2 and 3, including the Metro Pace,
Tall Dark Stranger wins the Metro.
Meadowlands Pace,
Tall Dark Stranger.
North American
Tall
Cup,
Dark
and Breeders'
Stranger
Crown.
answers the bell.
Standing his first season in 2020, Tall Dark Stranger bred 19 mares that earned over $1 million. Tall Dark Stranger, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Track bugler Ryan Courtney calls the 2-year-old trotting fillies onto the track for this afternoon's 4th race. It is the 2nd division of the International Muddy. International Stallion Stakes, sponsored by the International Muddy Syndicate. The Hanover Shoe Farm, purse of $78,250. The 1 is Miss Walder Fashion. Jim Campbell trains for Jules Siegel and Judith Perez. Make the driver Andy McCarthy. Number 2 is Pioneer Oz. Adetha Brinson trains. Scott Zerout up for the ACL Stu Terry. 3, Pink Gypsy, Ron Burke trains out at Jingra on the bank for Crawford Farms Racing. Number 4 is Cash Infusion, George Ducharme trains. And he co-owns with Bill Donovan, Perdell Libby, and Joe Spronko, Mark McDonald. 5, Adore Me. Carter Pinsky trains the Pinsky Stables. David J. Miller, Curly Tall, Curly Small. Dave Miller drives. 6, The Undefeated Date Night. Julie Miller trains. Andy Miller up for Marvin Katz and Sam Goldband. 7 is Dancing Queen Hanover. Noel Daly trains, and he co-owns with Caviar Farms. Lawrence Thomas's LA Express and JF Racing. Dexter Dunn at the gate behind, Blue Eyes. Oka Sponstedt, the trader driver, the co-owner with the SRF Stable. That's the field for the 4th race. Driver change on 1, Miss Walder Fashion to Andy McCarthy. Andy McCarthy will drive the 1, Miss Walder Fashion in the 4th. That's your only change. We'll go to the post in just a few minutes. Fourth race up next, Dave Brown, 2-year-old trotting at fillies. And the two we expect to take the majority of the action, but I know to begin with your top pick here. She is up there as a very solid third choice, 7-1, a good price on Cash Infusion.
You know, Gabe, I'll take that. I really wanted to take a shot against the favorites here with a price, and you know George Ducharme is always one of my favorite guys to do that. We talked at length over the last week or so about the incredible season that driver Mark McDonald has had. You know, good bounce back season. He's had a couple of rough years with injuries and things like that. And this is a very good filly here. Her couple of efforts up in the kindergarten at the Meadowlands were both good. She just ran into a little bit Alexis, who has been on fire, but she fought her tooth and nail all the way to the line in that start a couple of weeks ago. I think she will benefit from that extra little bit of time off. She was a decent, check getter in the New York Sire Stakes final from that bad post that she drew. She was 100-1 that night at Yonkers and still got the fourth place finish. So I want to see speed. I want to see her planted in prime stalking position behind one or both of those favorites, and I'll take my chances when they turn for home.
Yeah, and at a good price as well, no question about that. Date night, that's about the way the money I saw playing out, Dave. I couldn't really separate the two favorites in this spot. That's no disrespect to your top selection, because she could certainly step up and hold her own as well. But I thought Date Night off that convincing 150-4 win here last week, that was just 1/5 off Mission Brief's world record. I thought she would take the majority of the action. She's undefeated. She's passed every test, everything thrown at her with flying colors. But the horse that's up there, I thought just a little bit of an inflated price, the one Miss Walter Fashion. She was 10 cents on the dollar here last week. In that first week, opening week of Bluegrass Stakes action. She was so good at the Meadowlands. We all remember her baby races up there as well, daughter of Walter. Prior to that last start, she hadn't done a thing wrong, and for whatever reason, we end up with a late driver change here as well. Andy McCarthy takes over for trainer Jim Campbell.
It was an odd kind of a break because, like you said, it's not like she was under pressure or anything. She just went to running. Maybe she saw something. You never have an idea of what's going on in the minds of these young 2-year-old trotting fillies. But, I want to see her bounce back because she's such a super daughter of Walner, of course, a homebred for Jules Siegel. And Judith Perez of New Hope, Pennsylvania. The Fashion Farms is the name they go by. The Post will give new driver Andy McCarthy all of the options that he needs, and he'll learn a lot just by scoring her down. Now, there he is. You see him adjusting the handholds, and that's very, very common, especially the first time you sit behind a horse, because you want to be very comfortable with your hold of a colt or a filly in this situation. So I'm sure he got a couple of instructions from Jim Campbell to give him the best advice on out there, and we hope she does bounce back. I'd like to see that.
Should set it to be a good one, Dave, here with the fourth race. Last chance to wager on race 4 as we get set for post time here with the second division of the International Money. Your last chance to get a bet. Crawford Farm starting gate has moved into position. Last chance on race 4. Starter call. Freshman trotting fillies lined up. It is the second division of the International Money. International Money, set of Love You. Of course, set of the $5.5 million winning mare Moneymaker. The International Money. 2-year-old trotting fillies lined up for this afternoon's 4th race. Field of 8, they are on gate. And they are off and trotting. Pioneer Oz sprints out to sharply from the inside. Miss Walter Fashion also moves on through as they trot onto that Tattersall's turn. The long shot Pioneer Oz up to take up the early lead for Zeron. Cash Infusion continues to sweep up on the outside for Barb McDonald as Miss Walter Fashion come out trotting in the 3rd spot. Pink Gypsy away trotting in the 4th. She's 2 lengths clear of Adore Me, who come out trotting in 5th. Date Night's unhurried in the early stages. She is next in line 6th. At the back markers, Dancing Queen ahead of her. And behind Blue Eyes as they trot through an opening quarter. In 28 into, and Andy McCarthy's on the move here with Miss Walter Fashion. And Miss Walter Fashion is up to take over as they straighten across the backstretch. Cash Infusion released. And she now tracks in the loose pocket spot 2nd. Pioneer Oz is following 3rd. She's 2.5 lengths off the lead as Pink Gypsy looks over the top trio 4th. Adore Me continues to follow in 5th. Date Night still biding her time. She's 6th, right now 10 lengths off the lead. In front of Dancing Queen ahead of her and behind Blue Eyes. They tried past a half and have picked up 55 and 2, 27 seconds in that 2nd quarter. Miss Walter Fashion continues to front the field onto the far turn. Cash Infusion is right there 2nd. Now Date Night gets the green light and she begins to advance up methodically on the outside for Miller as they trot midway around the far turn. Miss Walter Fashion still the target. Date Night still advancing up there to apply pressure down to the leader. Cash Infusion just off the dueling leaders from a 3rd as they trot at the top of the stretch. They're past 3/4 in 1:23 and 4. Miss Walter Fashion trying to buckle down and fend off Date Night. The favorites do battle. Cash Infusion inches to the outside now 3rd. She has clear settling up at the outside with Dancing Queen ahead of her moving up. Far outside Adore Me with late trot as they move into deep stretch. Date Night has taken over. Cash Infusion trying to rally past Adore Me, launching up at the far outside, but it's Date Night in deep stretch. Date Night to win. Adore Me was up for 2nd. Cash Infusion finished 3rd. Dancing Queen ahead of her was 4th in 1:52 and 1. .6547 on official race 4. Turning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. This is the undefeated date night. Julie Miller, the trainer, Andy Miller, both of the wedding effort. Date night Lexington Select Yearling graduate. She is owned by Marvin Katz and Sam Goldband of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Date night, a 2-year-old bay filly. She is by Bar Hopping, the Yankee Glidemare Knights at Never End. Bred by Marvin Katz and Sam Goldband, 7 for 7. To begin her career, all 7 victories, stakes wins for date night. Dot Morgan and her granddaughter Morgan trackside to present the trophy on behalf of New Vocations and the International Money Syndicate. Sponsors of this afternoon's 4th race, the undefeated date night. Returns 280, 210, and 210. Second to the 5, Adore Me, 840 and 440. Third to the 4, Cash Infusion, 260. The exacta was $24.80. The $1 trifecta, $45.70. 20-cent superfecta, $37.30. Official rundowns for the 4th race. Miss Walter Fashion 5th. Number 2, Pioneer Oz was 6th. 3, Pink Gypsy 8th. 4, Cash Infusion 3rd. Number 5, Adore Me 2nd. 6 to 8, 9th, the race winner. 7, Dancing Queen headed for 4th. 8 behind Blue Eyes was 7th. Rechecking top down 5, 6, 8, 3, 2, 1. 4 and 7 on the bottom. Date night 152 and 1. And to learn a little more about date night, undefeated now 7 for 7. We're going to sit it downstairs trackside. Dave Brower standing by with wedding driver Andy Miller.
Thanks very much, Gabe Pruitt. I am standing next to the man that we call the Orange Crush. And, of course, that's Andy Miller. He and his wife, Julie, operate such a high-powered stable all across the Grand Circuit and in North America as well. And, boy, do they have a special filly here. Her name is Date Night. She's a 2-year-old filly by Bar Hopping. She was bred by Marvin Katz and Sam Goldband, and they bought her back out of the sale because she was bringing a bid, I think he told me, of $18,000. He said, give me 20, let me take her home, and then you got a phone call.
Yeah, and then we got a phone call from him and said, I got a filly that's well-bred filly. I don't know how good she is, but she's got a lot of pedigree behind her. Take her and see what you guys can do with her.
Well, obviously, you've done a great job. You said she was a little bit of a challenge at the beginning, but you have taught her what the game is all about.
Yeah, she loves the target, and when she's around the last turn, she just digs in and wants to beat horses.
She obviously loves the track here at the Red Mile, too. Why did you decide to, center her efforts here?
That was kind of the game plan all along. She was a little immature early and got a little sick there, so we just brought her along slow and targeted Red Mile.
Now, you've been very careful, for the most part, to teach her to race and finish from off the pace. So that was the game plan again today.
Yeah, absolutely. She raced one start on the front end and wasn't real happy with the front. She likes it better when she's got a target, so we've been trying to follow that.
We've been trying to infer that at the track the last couple of days and weeks seems to be favoring horses from off the pace. Do you want to buy into that theory?
I always think the better horses, it don't matter where you put them, they figure out how to win.
All right, she had to earn it today. She really hooked a good filly on the lead there in Miss Wallner fashion. You were probably confident, though, but this is by far the best mile she's ever gone.
Yeah, she really had to dig deep down by the wire to fend off a couple of them, and she did. She knew where they were, and she dug right in.
All right, got to ask you about tomorrow, the big day, Kentucky Futurity Day. You have one in the Philly Futurity. Her name is Pub Crawl, and she has been good since day one for a couple of seasons. You won this race last year in an upset with Love a Good Story. Can we make it 2 in a row?
It's possible. This filly's coming into it really sharp. She won the Buckette, and then she was good here. She was trapped in last week and got loose late and finished third. So, it's kind of a similar avenue that we had last year. So hopefully it's a similar result.
Are you worried about that big and bulky field?
Yeah, it's always a challenge when it's a 12-horse field, but, there's always movement, and you just got to get at the right spot at the right time.
All right, congratulations to you and Julie and Marvin and Sam. Where do we go from here from date night? How many more starts?
No, that was her last start for this year. She's got 7 starts, 7 wins, so she gets a well-deserved break.
Well, congratulations to you. You've developed a wonderful filly again.
Thank you.
with Green Manalishi, a Muscle Hill millionaire. Green Manalishi, a prolific son of the legendary 2009 Horse of the Year and the sport's leading sire for the past 5 years. Green Manalishi unleashed his venom early and often throughout a major league career. A natural money machine who quickly developed into a relentless, long-striding Grand Circuit star. A $500,000 winning freshman. Green Manalishi continued to add to his wow factor, taking a mark of 150 3/5 in an elimination for the $1 million Hambletonian. Get in on the ground floor and head to the penthouse with your own green machine. I can't miss Green Manalishi. Green Manalishi, standing at Tara Hills Stud in Ontario.
Hickory Lane Horse Farm stands some of the top stallions in Ohio and nationwide. What the Hill is #1 in the Buckeye State and near the top of trotting sires for 2-year-old money earners in North America. Hickory Lane also stands the world champion trotter Uncle Peter, who has sired 1/5 of all the finalists in the rich Ohio Sire Stakes Championships. Our pacing sire Racing Hill has sired the 3-year-old winners of over $1 million this season, ranking him among the top stallions in North America.
Our track bugler, Ryan Courtney, calls the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers to the track. It's the second division of the Tall Dark Stranger International Stallion Stake, sponsored by the Tall Dark Stranger Syndicate, the Hanover Shoe Farm, purse of $93,300. The What is Rise and Shine Seaside, Brian Brown trains, Roddy Wren Jr. drives for Hutchison Harness LLC. Number 2 is Wearing My Six Shooter, Nancy Tactor trains, Dexter Dudup for Barry Soderberg. 3 is Seaside Away. Ron Burke trains the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Bushippy, Knox Services, and Slaughter Racing Stable. Dave Miller. Forever Boy, that's number 4. Tim Twaddle trains, and he co-owns the Mickey Ray Stables LLC with Mike Wilder. Number 5 is Caviar Camden. Tony Gadania trains for the Caviar Farm, Jada Jingra. Number 6, Good Deal. Ron Burke trains the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Bushippy, Jerry and Teresa Silva, Perdell and Libby and Larry Carr, Tim Tetrick. 7, Velocity Chaps. Mark Evers trains. Scott Zerada for the Velocity Standardbreds. At the gate is Pebble Beach. Noel Daly trains. Todd McCarthy drives. For Patricia Stable, Joe Sparkrow, Country Club Acres, LA Express, and JF Racing. That's the field for the 5th race. No changes. We'll go to the post for race 5 in just a few minutes. Dave Brown, we're about to dive into the fifth race. Before we do, Date Night, she was some 10 lengths off the lead at the half. It made no difference. She rallied by, once again, so impressively, 7 for 7. Her stakes credentials are certainly proven at this point. In her career, she continues that undefeated streak.
You know, that's why I wanted to ask Andy Miller about his plan and what he felt about how the track is playing so far. But he has certainly educated her and taught her the very right way to do her business. And he said this is the biggest mile she has ever gone. And thankfully, we got that news at the end that she's now done for the season. So one of the great horsemen, you know, Andy and his wife, Julie, they're going to put that filly away in very, very fine fashion, plus with an undefeated record. So how could you do any better than that?
Yeah, I agree. Just so impressive. We'll look forward to her continuing on. Now, we've got a field here in the fifth race, Dave. I think you and I discussed it on the pregame show. We knew Pebble Beach was going to take all the action here, and I will even concede the fact that he is likely the one to beat. He's 4-5. He's been so impressive to this point in his career. Another set of down by the Seaside. He just missed a head last out. He missed a neck back on August the 24th to our top selection, the 5 Caviar Camden. That was a day that he tried to go down the road there in some very taxing fractions. He's been sharp throughout his career on the board all 8 starts, but no easy assignment here for that outside post.
I'm anxious to see what Todd McCarthy has planned for this race, you know, especially from that outside post. This is the first real post test that Pebble Beach is going to get, I think, in his career here. He has passed all the tests. He's been able to win off the pace. He's been able to win on the lead. He likes to fight. And we'll see how it goes because, you know, I talked to Andy about how he, you know, is seeing the track condition playing at this point. All the other drivers, of course, can see it as well and will adapt as necessary. But I'm kind of like you. I'm hoping August 24th history repeats itself and Caviar Camden can gun them down late. That was just an amazing performance. And that final time of 1:48.3 equaled the record.
It did indeed actually establish the record for a 2-year-old colt, but it equaled the gelding record of Albert Hanover and the filly, War Will You Butte, all 1:48.3. So that is the world record. Head again, regardless of sex and the 2-year-old pacing side. The 5 Caviar Camden is taking a significant amount of play right now, Dave, the second choice. When you get outside those two, you know, which way do you go? I opted to go to the 2-wear in my 6-shooter. Nancy Tactor Trady actually off as the favorite. You know, he did not race all that well last time out. He was used hard making the lead, but he did flatten out late as a 6-5 favorite. I'm going to give him a little chance to rebound. This was a guy that was a very close runner-up in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes final. That was after not the easiest of trips. We all saw him at the Metro. We thought he was home free there. He got nailed late by Monty Mickey, who we'll see a bit later on today. So where my 6-shooter, I looked there at 8-1. Who did you take a look at behind those two favorites?
Well, wearing my 6-shooter, he deserves an award because he's had 2 real tough races in a row. You know, used hard to get to the lead, decent size fractions, pressure. So look for Dexter Dunn to try to give him a different kind of a journey today. My shot at a price is a very good story, and it's the colt that's on the screen right now. It's number 7, Velocity Chaps. Scott Zeron was behind Monty Mickey in that epic upset in the Metro for these very connections. Trainer Mark Evers, his wife Sylvia Norris, they operate Velocity Standardbreds out of Lebanon, Ohio, and what a good story this Monty Mickey is. We're going to get to see him in action in just a couple of races to try and pull off another stakes win. But Velocity Chaps has speed, and I got to see him warm up briefly. I happened to catch my eyes on him. I thought he looked good. Scott Zeron will hop aboard for the first time, and obviously he's brought this team a little bit of luck so far. 11-1 is very fair value on him, and I think he can make his presence felt here.
Yeah, it is a good price as well. I would agree. But going to be a bit of a chess match here into that opening turn. We see lots of early speed here. And again, who knows how the track is playing? You know, do some of these colts that have showed early speed decide to back off here and try their luck from off the pace? We've seen that be pretty successful so far today.
It is, and one that you might see coming from off the pace would be the 4 Forever Boy. He drew post 8 last week in his first trip here to Lexington. That just did not work out. He had no chance to gain into the top front enders. But Mike Wilder from a better post today for trainer Tim Twaddle. I think he's going to put Forever Boy in play from post 4.
Yeah, I could agree on that as well. You don't think he's going to take 2 starts in a row taking back there with the colt that we know has early speed. He's a very talented son of Sweet Lou. That Crawford Farm starting in position. It's post time for this afternoon's 5th race. Starter call. Two-year-old Colton County Pacers lined up, second division of the Tall Dark Stranger. First foals for Tall Dark Stranger arrive in 2022. Stands at the Hanover Shoe Farms, Pennsylvania. Field of 8 there on gain. And they are off and pacing. Velocity Chaps fired up from the outside, center of the track. Forever Boy is on the move early for Wilder with Seaside Way and Rise and Shine. Seaside. But we got into the opening turn as Velocity Chaps crosses over the early lead. Forever Boy is up and alongside. He'll move to the top. Rise and Shine Seaside out third. Seaside Way follows fourth. He's at 3 lengths clear of Caviar Camden. He's gapping at the early stages from fifth. Pebble Beach follows him in sixth. It's 4 more back to Wear My 6-shooter. Little sluggish in the early stages. 7th, and at the back, Good Deal. The opening quarter, 28-1. As move across the backstretch, Forever Boy. The set of Sweet Lou shows away. Velocity Chaps rides tight off the pacemaker. Second, Rise and Shine Seaside. Tracking very anxiously third. Now Seaside Way. Wangle wide from fourth. As Caviar Camden tightens in fifth in front of Pebble Beach. Where my 6-shooter still has 1 beaten. That's Good Deal. The pass a half in 55-4, 27-3 in the second quarter. Seaside Way, the long shot up to apply pressure to Forever Boy. And those two match strides out of the far turn with 3/8 to pace. Velocity Chaps just off the dueling leader, still biding his time third. Rise and Shine Seaside now gets his cue to the outside. He'll quickly look 3 wide for Ronnie Red as Caviar Camden follows that move up. Pebble Beach also part of the 3 wide flow as they race towards the top of the stretch. Forever Boy trying to fend off Seaside Way. The fresh red Rise and Shine Seaside with Caviar Camden looping up 3 wide. Pebble Beach going to be forced 4 wide off the turn. They're past 3/4 in 1:23-3. Short lead Forever Boy. Caviar Camden still battles out of between horses. Far outside Pebble Beach rolling up late. Rise and Shine Seaside tried to hang in, but it's Pebble Beach up at the far outside moving with Caviar Camden. Pebble Beach rallies to win over the top. Pebble Beach to win. Caviar Camden was second. It was very tight for show. Forever Boy or Velocity Chaps at 150-4. (8-5-4-7) at officially in the fifth. It's 8-5-4-7 at official race 5. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. This is Pebble Beach. Dole Daly, the treader. Todd McCarthy is in the bank for the wedding effort. Pebble Beach, another Lexington Select yearling graduate to pick up a stakes win here in Lexington. He's owned by Patricia Stable of New York, Joe Sprocco, Country Club Acres of Ohio, LA Express and JF Racing of New Jersey. Pebble Beach, 2-year-old bay colt by Down by the Seaside. Speaking of Down by the Seaside, don't miss the beach party at the Diamond Creek consignment tonight, 5 until 7 p.m. Everyone's invited. Free drinks, free tacos. The beach party Down by the Seaside selling tonight. Closing night at the Lexington Select Sale. Pebble Beach from the Western Ideal mare Santa Rosa is bred by the Brittany Farms. For sales, Pebble Beach now 6 of 9 to begin his career at the wedding effort this afternoon, 150-4. Greeting the Wedding Connections trackside to make the trophy presentation, Michelle Crawford. On behalf of the Tall Dark Stranger Syndicate, sponsors of this afternoon's 5th race, the International Stallion Stake. Pebble Beach takes 2nd division of the Tall Dark Stranger. Fifth race results are official. Pebble Beach offers the big favorite. He returns $3, $2.10 and $2.10. Second at the 5 Caviar Camden, $3.60, $2.60. Third at the 4 Forever Boy, $2.80. Two favorites in the exacta was worth an $8.60. The $1 trifecta, $13.30. 20-cent superfecta was $15.08. The early pick 3 popular, $8.40. Official rundowns in for the 5th race. Rise and Shine Seaside was 5th. Number 2 Air My 6 Shooter 7th. 3 Seaside Wave was 8th. 4 Forever Boy 3rd. Number 5 Caviar Camden 2nd. 6 Good Deal was 6th. 7 Velocity Champs 4th. 8 Pebble Beach the race winner. Rechecking. Top down it's 5, 7, 8, 3, 2, 6, 4 and 1 on the bottom. Pebble Beach with another stakes win, 150-4. 6th race up next, Gerardo changes. This time we'll sit it down trackside. Dave Brower is standing by with co-owner Joe Sprocco of Pebble Beach.
Thanks very much, Gabe Pruitt, in the Diamond Creek Farm Winner's Circle. Hey, it's time to talk to an owner here. And, of course, the fun guy that's with me to my right is co-owner Joe Sprocco here, as Pebble Beach has swept the field from well off the pace today to win in 150-4. That is his 6th win from 9 lifetime starts here. Joe, before we get to talking about Pebble Beach, we've got to talk about you. I know the last couple of seasons has been a little bit rough for you health-wise. You had a knee replacement. You had pneumonia here. So this is the first time we've seen you out in how long?
A year and a half, and I am ready and raring to go now.
Well, wins like this will certainly help things along for the sale. How's the sale been for you so far? How many partnerships are you going to put together? How many have you bought?
Well, I've been through, I think there's between Ohio and here, we got about 15 going. And great partners. I always do 25%. Once in a while I'll throw 50, but 25 is my game. I love it.
Now, there's one more night to the sale to go, and that's tonight. And a lot of those nights down by the seasides and Tactical Lansing and stuff like that are going to sell. So does a win like this today boost the budget?
I hope not, because we want some ourselves, but I think it will. And, you know, I have a few of them at home getting ready, and hopefully we'll come back next year with another good group.
Now, Pebble Beach is a very interesting story. I think he started his career, his first start was at Northfield Park. Then he showed up at my place, the Meadowlands, and Gabe Pruitt just happened to be working with me that night. He said, this horse is a monster. He was right, and I think you're right, too.
Well, what happened, Noel decided that half-mile track was not his liking, and so he took him out and took him down here, and Noel knows his business. He's a great trainer.
Todd McCarthy has become his regular driver. He, like his brother Andrew, have really made themselves statements here in North America here. He's a true young talent.
Yeah, he sure is, and he decided that we were going to hold him off the pace tonight a little bit, was trying to cut the mile. He did a great job with it, scared the heck out of all of us, but he came home pretty good.
Most times, it's very hard to win from that far back. Now, yeah, we all think the track's playing towards closers, but he still had a lot of ground to make up at the end.
Yes, he did. I'm not sure what the last quarter went in, but I'm sure it was a good mile. So God bless Todd and Noel and all my partners.
Good stuff. Hey, listen, it's great to see you back out and about. You have come out of the laundry as well. Good luck tonight at the sale. Good luck the rest of the year with Pebble Beach. And I want to see you again, maybe out at the Breeders' Crown. You going to come to New Jersey?
Hopefully, thanks to all.
All right. Pebble Beach, a winner from far off the pace, 150-4. He wins for the 6th time in his young career.
Green Shoe, electrifyingly fast son of Father Patrick from the world champion Donato Hanover mare Designed to Be, winner of 12 of 17 lifetime starts.
Green Shoe dominant today, 149-4. Green Shoe will win the Kentucky Futurity.
Green Shoe's first foals were born in 2021 and are leggy, athletic, and correct, just like their sire. Standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Team Orange Crush, the New Jersey-based husband and wife stable of Andy and Julie Miller, are one of harness racing's most successful stakes winners. Andy has won over 9,000 races and $130 million. Julie has trained over 2,000 winners. They captured the 2020 Mohawk Million with Dan Patch Award winner Venerate. They were 27-1 upsetters in the Kentucky Filly Futurity with Love a Good Story. Developers of Millionaire Trotters and New York-based stallions like Devious Man, now standing at Blue Chip Farms, and Metz Hall, standing at Winback Farm. Join a winning combo. Team Orange Crush.
Track bugler Ryan Courtney brings the 2-year-old trotting fillies onto the track for this afternoon's 6th race, 3rd division of the International Money. Sponsored by the International Money Syndicate and the Hanover Shoe Farms, purse of $78,250. Number 1 is Cash Machine Girl. Julie Miller trains. Andy Miller drives for the Andy Miller stable. Mike Anderson, Daniel Blue from the Penske stables. Number 2 is Joviality. Marcus Melander trains for Courant Incorporated. Brian Sears. 3, Delilah Hanover. Nifty Norman trains. Todd McCarthy up for Dave McDuffie, Melvin Hartman, Paul Berdonia, and Mary Kinsey Arnold. 4 is Pocahontas. Rick Zeron trains for the Rick Zeron stables. Dean Lockhart, Jeffrey Rook, Dexter Dunn drives. Number 5 is Mon Cheval. Nancy Tactor trains for Solvig's Racing Partner, Scott Zeron. 6, Bold and Beautiful. Jonas Herdison trains for the Constance Racing Stable, Nell Berg Incorporated with Dave Miller. 7 is Marge at Large. Chris Beaver trains for Buckstone Land Livestock, Trevor Smith. And the 8, Ebby's Lady. August Fonstedt, the trainer driver, the co-owner with Young Guns. That is the field for the 6th race. There are no changes. They will go to the post for race 6 in just a few minutes. Dave Brower, a couple of changes to pass along here. Big announce for the first time on the remainder of the card. Looking into the 10th race, in race 10, we have a driver change on number 3, Dune with Class. That driver will be Dwayne Miner. Dwayne Miner drives number 3, Dune with Class, in race number 10. Additionally, we have a driver change in the 12th race. It's a change of a change. Number 2, Fox Valley Oscar. That driver, Dwayne Miner. Dwayne Miner drives number 2, Fox Valley Oscar, in race number 12. So now that we get caught up on the changes, we're on to the 6th race here, but it was Pebble Beach, Dave. Off the pace tactics, successful again here this afternoon. Pebble Beach roared by late to pick up another major stakes win.
You know what? I think the drivers are catching on to this situation right now, too. So it'll be very, very interesting to see how we progress through the second half of the program this Saturday afternoon. Guys may be changing some plans and things like that. And this will be a prime telling spot for us right here with the wonderful filly on your screen right now, the daughter of Chapter 7 named Joviality. Brian Sears, of course, the main man for Team Marcus Melander here, and she has been something special so far in her freshman season. But for the most part, not every time, but for the most part, she does her best damage racing on the lead. Now, again, Mr. Sears, nobody picks up on track conditions, and maybe slight bias is quicker than him. So from Post 2, we're going to have to see what he has in store. Looking forward to see what we get from Delilah Hanover, too. She made that very uncharacteristic break while she was clinging to the lead in the middle of the stretch last week. It was very, very odd to see that. Don't know why she went to running. But Todd McCarthy looking to make it 2 in a row in terms of stakes wins here. And believe me, do not ignore Delilah Hanover.
No, I agree. She was the sales topper from Harrisburg last fall. A bit overshadowed a little bit by her superb stablemate. But Delilah Hanover is a very nice filly in her own right for Dave McDuffie, the crew, Nifty Dorman. Of course, a trader, but that was an uncharacteristic break. We'll see what she has in mind. What do you do here if you are Brian Sears, Dave? You've got a horse that's going to be somewhere in the 2 to 5 or 1 to 2 type range. Early speed has typically been her weapon of choice. If you do see how this track is playing, do you think you're just that much the best that the front end bias may not bother you, or do you try to race her off the pace?
Well, you know, you just asked me the impossible question, trying to figure out what Brian Sears is thinking, so I can't possibly do that. But I imagine he's going to have to let her settle early and then make a move to the front. I mean, if the pace is slow, then he will make the appropriate move. But if for some reason we get some speed for some of the outside horses and the pace is pretty hot, I'm sure he would be very content to just sit in the middle of the pack and make his move when he wants. Joviality has proven to be the perfect filly so far for the Courant stables here. And we'll see how it goes. Again, you know, we could see some speed from Delilah Hanover. Also anxious to see, hopefully, what will be a bounce-back performance for Mon Cheval. Remember, when you picked up the starting gate about the middle of the lane, she just decided she didn't want to play that day. She went to running and got back into the race, and then she got a little bit tired. So, you know, a couple of horses looking to make big bounce-back efforts here and recover from those miscues, and we'd like to see that because they are certainly quality fillies, Delilah Hanover and Mon Cheval. We're going to get a new driver on Mon Cheval here, Dexter Dunn, opting to not take her, so Scott Zeron will get the assignment as well. So interesting driver choices there. Sometimes, you know, a fresh set of hands, things like that. You know, these trainers, they're not afraid to experiment.
Yeah, she actually last week maybe did not look her best scoring down at the track, Dave. I did note that before the race. She made the break and behind the gate. She looked better today on the track, so I'm hoping for bounce back effort for Mon Cheval as well. It is post time for this afternoon. Sixth race at Crawford Farm. Starting gate has moved into position. Starter call. Third division of the International Muddy as we get set to close out the Pick 5 2-year-old trotting fillies. Sponsored by the International Muddy, set to get the head of her Shoe Farms. Field of 8. They are on gain. And they are off and trotting. Joviality hustled out there between fillies towards the inside. Mon Cheval left out for the outside. Ebby's Lady also goes sprinting out quickly as they make their way onto that Tattersall's turn. Ebby's Lady and Sponstead will shoot to the top with Mon Cheval. Away to nice spot second. Joviality tucks nicely into the third. Past Cash Machine Girl. Delilah Hanover out followed begin fifth. Pocahontas next in sixth in front of Bold and Beautiful. And at the back, that's Marge at Large. Around the opening turn, they're by the quarter, just 29 seconds. Ebby's Lady on top here, 10-1 with Mon Cheval. Still content to track on her back second. No movement yet for the big favorite, Joviality. She continues just off the top pair in the third spot with Cash Machine Girl. Following fourth. Delilah Hanover still patient fifth in front of Pocahontas. And at the back, the long shots, Bold and Beautiful and Marge at Large. As they move across the backstretch and they trot up to the half-mile mark, it's Ebby's Lady who dials up the half here in 57-2. Well rated on top. Just 28-2 in that second quarter. Ebby's Lady continues to show the way onto the far turn. Now the favorite, Joviality, is on the move at the outside for Sear. She works up second here at 1-5. Mon Cheval locked in the box third as Delilah Hanover sets it up nicely here, second over. Pocahontas up third over in the flow past Cash Machine Girl. Bold and Beautiful stacked up with excess cover. She's fourth up past Marge at Large. They're double tiered to the top of the stretch and past three quarters, 125-4. Ebby's Lady continues to battle with Joviality with Delilah Hanover beginning to fan off cover 3 wide. Mon Cheval will take a peek through down at the pylons, but it's Joviality who now powers to the top. Delilah Hanover continues to advance up on the outside second. Ebby's Lady tries to hang in with Mon Cheval late, but it's Joviality, and she is wrapped up here. Joviality will coast home to score easily. Delilah Hanover was second best. Ebby's Lady third. Mon Cheval fourth at 153. 2-3-8-5 on the board. Unofficial race 6, 2-3-8-5 unofficially. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm. Winner's presentation. This is number 2, Joviality. Marcus Melander, the treader. Brian Sears in the bank for the winning effort. It's her 5th consecutive stakes victory and her Lexington debut. Joviality, owned by Courant Incorporated of Delray Beach. She's now 7 of 9 in her career. She was bred by A.M. Bloodstock of Florida. The winning effort this afternoon, 153. That is a career best clocking for Joviality. Greeting the Winning Connections trackside to make the trophy presentation, our Director of Sponsorship, Cindy Silverson. On behalf of the International Money Syndicate, and Hanover Shoe Farm, sponsors of the International Stallion Stakes this afternoon. International Money. First crop yearlings well received this week at the Facing Tipton Sales Pavilion. Plenty of more international monies to come at the upcoming Harrisburg sale as well. Joviality here at 1-5 as your 6th race results are official. Brian Sears picks up his 3rd win of the day aboard the big favorite Joviality, worth $260, $210, and $210. Second to the 3, Delilah Hanover, $340, $220. Third to the 8, Ebby's Lady, $240. Exacta was $5.60. The $1 trifecta, combination of 2, 3, 8. Returns $8.80, 20-cent superfecta, $4 and a dime. The Pick 5 is very formful today. 50-cent ticket to the Pick 5 worth $12.85. Official rundowns for the 6th. Cash Machine Girl was 5th. Number 2, Joviality, the winner. 3, Delilah Hanover 2nd. 4, Pocahontas 7th. 5, Moncheval was 4th. 6, Bold and Beautiful 6th. 7, Marge at Large 8th. 8, Ebby's Lady 3rd. Rechecking top down, it's 5-1-2. 7-4-6. 8 and 3 on the bottom. Joviality 153. 7th race up next. It's another division of the Tall Dark Stranger International Stallion Stake for the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. Field of 8, no changes in the upcoming 7th race. We'll go to the post at 11 minutes.
They are off, competing for over $4 million in purses this season. Join us to witness the best the sport of harness racing has to offer and celebrate Harrah's Hoosier Park's 2021 championship season alongside family, fun entertainment, handicapping contests, giveaways, and more. Be sure to catch the hottest harness racing action now through December 4th. First post is 6:30 p.m. Visit harrahshoosierpark.com for a full lineup of racing events, live entertainment, and casino promotion.
Looking for your next quality standardbred racehorse? Look no further than Sugar Valley Farm in Delaware, Ohio. Sugar Valley's lineup of stallions include World Champion Down by the Seaside, Lather Up, the fastest horse in harness racing history, Little Brown Jug Champion, Well Said, and the newest stallions to the Sugar Valley lineup, Catch the Fire, Marseille, and Mission Accepted. Sugar Valley Farm, the home of champions.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Underneath the Grandstand here at the historic and famed Red Mile, downtown Lexington, Kentucky. It is now time for another special guest up here on the stage, and it's the man who operates Sugar Valley Farm, along with Billy Walters, his partner here in Delaware, Ohio, a stone's throw from the Little Brown Jug Delaware County Fairgrounds as well. Established back in 1968 by Mr. Walters' family here. That was the year before I was born.
That was 4 years before me.
Okay, well, good. We're getting older, I guess,
Yes,
is
we
the best
are.
way to say that. Hey, listen, it's been an amazing experience for you guys. One of these years, I'm actually going to make time to come on over and visit you. I want to start with the Lexington sale here. The words that have been used, I used gangbusters. When I had George Siegel on earlier today, he said, wow. What's your one word for what has happened and progressed so far this week?
I can't outquote Mr. Siegel. It's an amazing thing. Wow.
You've been out there a little bit. I've been out there a little bit. I see a lot of new faces. I see a lot of faces I haven't seen in a couple of years or whatever, but it seems like interest has really grown.
Well, the enthusiasm's spread throughout North America with the ways some of the things are changing. You know, the programs are getting more appeal by each individual jurisdiction, and the talent that's came out across the board. You know, you see some of the top horses that are just coming away with the amount of money that's spent. You know, the flavor of the month usually rises to the top each year, and we see that in some of the stallions. But what was offered, Randy and David Reed put together an excellent catalog, and it's not too hard to find a decent one here.
You know what? I don't care how much research and homework you have to do. They were all beautiful horses that were brought out and went through the ring here. Now, you also were a big part of a very successful Ohio Select sale not too long ago.
No, that was a pleasant surprise. There was a lot of anticipation for it, though, this year. With the performance of the Down by the Seasides and the Ohio program in general. You know, we had the What the Hills and that have performed well, and a various amount of stallions throughout Ohio have came to play, and so the buzz was there. The amount of money we raised for in Ohio was there, and it's just culminated into a wonderful situation for the state.
Now, Sugar Valley Farms has enjoyed a couple of great partnerships. One of them is with Diamond Creek Farm, Adam Bowden and his family as well, because you stand another hot first crop sire Down by the Seaside at your farm, and we're going to get to see some Down by the Seasides at the final night of the sale tonight.
Yes, tonight they label as Ohio night almost, more so regional evening, but Ohio's seemed to become the focus of that evening, and the way that Seasides were received last year and then the way that he performed on the track this year is just so amazing. I only have words other than wow. And the relationship that I've established with Adam Bowden over the years, we've created a great friendship, and he's easy to work with. And for us to be able to stand a horse like that and the other stallions we have at the farm through them, it's just a wonderful relationship.
Okay, hold on. We have the 7th race post parade coming out onto the track. We'll let Gabe introduce us to some very fast pacers coming up. Then more with Joe McLeod from the Sugar Valley Farm after this.
Track bugler Ron Courtney calls the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers onto the track for this afternoon's 7th race. It's the 3rd division of the Tall Dark Stranger International Stallion Stake. Sponsored by the Tall Dark Stranger Syndicate and the Hanover Shoe Farms. Purse of $93,300. The Bardo changes in race 7. What is odds on capitalism? Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Brian Sears drives for Dana Parham's Odds on Racing. Number 2 is 6 Feet Apart. Brian Brown trains. Tim Tetrick up for Michael Robinson, Robert Bandillo, David Miola, and Rich Lombardo Racing LLC. 3 Monty Mickey. Mark Evers trains. Scott Zerot up for the Velocity Standardbreds. 4 is Luke's Perry. Ron Burke trains for the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Bruce Shibby. Elizabeth Novak and Howard Taylor. Yadik Jingra. Number 5 is Nautical Hanover. Tony Gadanya trains for Brad Grant. The VJ Stable, Jablonski Held Stable, did the Jim Parters, Todd McCarthy. 6 is Captain Cowboy. Okus Fonstedt, the trainer, he co-owns with Jeff Gorell's Little E LLC, Dexter Dudup. 7 River S. Ron Burke trains, the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Bruchebi, Jerry and Teresa Silva. Perdell Libby and Frank Baldacino, Dave Miller. At the gate is Danger Zone. Tony Gadanya trains for Lanya Racing and Ronald Ruggles. Andy McCarthy is at the lines. That's the field for the 7th race. No changes as we get set for the 3rd division of the Tall Dark Stranger. We'll sit it downstairs once more. Dave Brower standing by once again with Joe McLeod.
Thanks very much, Gabe. Again, a couple of more minutes here with Joe McLeod here. I want to ask you one more question about the sale tonight, then I will move on. Will you be a bidder on some of these horses tonight?
Just depends. I'm partners with a couple of other people with my uncle, and they might have a little group together, but as of right now, probably not. We've already purchased a few this year, and we'll just probably stay there.
Okay, you've had a lot of success as an owner in racing, too, over the past couple of seasons, so we look forward to a couple more good future racehorses for you. Give us a little week. We spent together, you know, in a weather-weary Delaware, Ohio, a couple of weeks ago. Jug Week recap, you know, it was very nice to see people there again. I think it made all the difference in the world.
Oh, it did, and it was great to see all the fans there. Unfortunately, the weather didn't cooperate on Wednesday and Thursday, but to see the size of the crowd both days was quite surprising the way the weather was. But, you know, you look forward to Jug Week every year since that's our hometown, but to be able to come down here to the Red Mile and the show that you guys put on and the weather's cooperating for us, it couldn't be any better. It's just great thing.
Well, didn't they owe us this one, Mother Nature?
They did.
I think they did. Yeah.
They did.
Overall, you know, the program here in Kentucky is growing by leaps and bounds, but it's the same thing in Ohio, too. You guys have done incredible work to get that program rolling, and then the advancement of showing videos and live feeds from the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. You should be proud of, you know, your work and everybody else's work there in the Buckeye State.
No, I can't take much credit for the way everything's came about. You know, I'm on the board of the OHHA, but people like Kevin Greenfield, Renee Mancino, Steve McCoy,
Frank Froz.
Frank Froz has came on to do a wonderful job for us, as well as Roger Houston. But those three, there was about 6 people, I forgot to mention some of them, but they are the ones who basically put everything together for us to be where it's at. It's been good.
All right, let's take a look at your roster of stallions there at Sugar Valley. I always like to get a quick comment or two about them all. Well said. Lather Up. Of course, we got the Down by the Seaside, Mr. Wiggles, and now Catch the Fire. He's racing and breeding.
Actually, Mr. Wiggles is at George Teague's farm in Delaware now, but we're excited about Catch the Fire coming. He bred a limited book this year of 85. That was the way the ownership group wanted it because we continued to race him. And he's responded quite well. He's a very docile horse, easy to get along with, and he does his duties both ways in a very professional manner.
Now, we got to break a little bit of news there up in Ohio during Little Brown Jug Week. You are bringing one of your most popular stallions back to the U.S.
Well, in conjunction with my friend and partner Adam Bowden in Diamond Creek, it became a no-brainer to bring Creatine back to Ohio. We gave him a year off last year. He stayed down under, and we just kind of took the wait-and-see approach. Well, Adam did. And after his performance with Jujubee and the way he performed with his first crop in Ohio this year, and then he was very well respected and at the sales this year for us, so it was kind of a no-brainer, and it's exciting to see something like that come back for us as well.
Yeah, we look forward to that as well. Racing action's been good so far here. I was going to ask you, have you taken a look at tomorrow's Kentucky Futurity, but your attention will be faced on the Philly race, the Kentucky Philly Futurity, because you have a big connection with Herculesa.
Well, yes, but I do want to say one thing. You know, Juju B's in there tomorrow as well on the big trot, so that's exciting for one of our stallions coming back with creatine. But the sentimental thing tomorrow with what we own, or what we bred in Herculesa, to have her supplemented, believe it or not, she was hit number 3 in the sale. She only brought $5,000. But it just goes to show you that any price range, you can still be able to enjoy the top thing. But it was the last horse that my Uncle Billy and I got to breed with Ed Mullinax before his passing, and so it's great to see him and have his memory still continue along.
You know, our sport has lost so many great people. We had a couple memorial events earlier this afternoon over the past couple of seasons, but I'm sure everybody misses Ed too.
You know, everybody misses Ed, everybody misses Gerf, Kevin Thomas. I mean, we've lost a lot of great people here recently in this sport, and it's nice to see that some of the younger guys are coming along, and it's we'll all persevere through everything and just remember what we've had and who we've been with and go from there.
Well, that's a good way to put it. I know you're one of the most hardworking people in the business here, so you at least get to sit back and relax and enjoy some of the racing action over the last week or so.
Yes, and it's a nice time of year to take a little bit of a break, even though we're still working.
That is true. And, you know, as you look over your right shoulder here and you look at the nice, very good crowd that we have on hand today. Now, listen, and you know it's always tough to go up against Keeneland, and then there's some kind of football game going on tonight here, but we've got a lot of people here today.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Ohio State game's already over with. So.
You were 30-point favorites in that game with Ohio State. It's not
But,
quite the same with the Wildcats tonight. I think Gabe told us, he gave us the updated line before. He said it's down to they're favored by 2.5.
Go UK. My son's a huge fan of UK. My in-laws live down here, and so he roots for both Ohio State and UK. So,
boy, that's tough to do.
Yeah, it's more basketball for him, but anything when they're not playing each other.
You know, I grew up in New Jersey and New York. You know, you can't root for the Mets and the Yankees. It just doesn't work that way.
Well, yeah, but you have to figure out some way to do that, because you guys, do you even have college sports in New York or New Jersey?
We do.
Okay, I haven't.
We have Rutgers in New Jersey and plenty of schools up there in Newark. Hey, listen, thanks again for taking a couple of minutes here. Thank you for the update on everything going on in Ohio, and good luck with everything you've got going at the sale tonight. If you do bid, we're going to wish you, maybe you'll pick up one more.
Well, I've got one that I'm selling myself. So
okay, well, that's good. Gabe Pruitt's got you beat. He's got 2, so we'll see how that goes.
He's got, Last Call Larry?
Yep, Last Call Larry.
My son named ours Willie Fast.
Well, that's any fast name is fine.
His name's Will, so
all right,
fun
good.
times.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy the rest of today and Futurity Day tomorrow, and good luck with those connections. That was a good story about Ed Mullinax.
Hey, thank you very much, Dave.
All right. Mr. Joe McLeod of the Sugar Valley Farms.
Dave Brower, that Crawford Farms starting gate has moved into position. The 6 off the track, though, for a shoe repair. So we do still have some time here before the start of the 7th race. Still time to wager. While we have a moment, we'll give you an update on one of those New Jersey football scores. Michigan State 31, Rutgers 13. Final. Let's get fancy reason for the slight delay. Number 6, Captain Cowboy, off the track with a shoe repair. Waiting a shoe repair here for the 6, Captain Cowboy. Once he's on the track, we'll be all set and ready for a start for race 7. Number 6, Captain Cowboy, has made his way back to the track, so we are set here for a start for the 7th race. Make this your final chance to wager. Race 7. Crawford Farm starting 8. Once again, moving into position. 2-year-old Colt and Geldings here. 3rd division of the Tall Dark Stranger. Today that we honored Ron Gerfond here in Lexington. Some of Roddy's top colts. Higher Power. His first major stakes winner of the Adios. Baltic Striker, MB Felty. Mr. Vic, among many others. It's the 3rd division of the Tall Dark Stranger, double millionaire son of the sport's all-time leading sire, Bettor's Delight. Tall Dark Stranger, the 2020 Dan Patch Horse of the Year. He won 19 of 22, stood his first book in 2021, bred 19 millionaire mares. Tall Dark Stranger stands at the Hanover Shoe Farms. Field of 8, they are on game. And they are off and pacing. Nautical Hanover goes darting out from the center of the track. Odds on Capitalism. Protecting his pylon position as they move into the opening turn. Luke's Perry floating wide at that opening turn for Jingbra as Monty Mickey came out of the 4th spot down at the inside, past 6 feet apart. Captain Cowboy will tuck in nicely 6th in front of Riverdance, and at the back that's Danger Zone as they work around the opening turn. Luke's Perry, the son of Sweet Lou, advances up on the outside. He's looking to make the top. They're past the quarter in 29 seconds. Nautical Hanover, a bit stubborn at the inside, but he will release Luke's Perry to the top. Odds on Capitalism, following the top pair 3rd. Monty Mickey, the Metro winner, tracks 4th right now, 5 lengths off the lead in front of 6 feet apart. Captain Cowboy still riding 6th in front of Riverdance, and Danger Zones trail throughout as they make their way across the backstretch in pursuit of Luke's Perry, who continues to call the shots on top. Nautical Hanover riding tight off his back, 2nd, the half of 56-1. 27-1 in the 2nd quarter. Monty Mickey gets his cue to the outside. He begins to advance up 4-0. He'll bring 6 feet apart along with him. Who's 2nd over now 4th. Past odds on Capitalism. Captain Cowboy's up 3rd over in the flow. Off stride went Danger Zone at the back as Riverdance moves up right now. 6 lengths off the lead. As they make their way towards the top of the stretch, Luke's Perry continues to shoulder the load. Monty Mickey still pouring on the pressure up on the outside. Nautical Hanover locked in the box 3rd. They're off 3/4 in 125. Luke's Perry a short lead turning for home. Monty Mickey continues to inch in. 6 feet apart, battles out of between horses. Far outside, Captain Cowboy's moving up at late pace. Then at the inside, Nautical Hanover shoots through, but it's Captain Cowboy upset by to the far outside for Dexter Dunn. Captain Cowboy will explode late and move past a win. 6 feet apart was 2nd. Monty Mickey 3rd. Very tight for show. Nautical Hanover, Riverdance 151-2. 6235 unofficially race 7. 6235 is unofficial. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. This is Captain Cowboy. Oka Svanstedt, the trainer, he co-owns Brightstown, New Jersey, along with Jeff Gorell's Little E, LLC of New York, New York. Dexter down to the bank for the winning effort. Captain Cowboy, 2-year-old bay colt. He is by Captain Treacherous. The Western Hanover mare, Odds On Lassamart. Bred by Fred Herdrick of Delaware, 5 of 8 now to begin his career. Captain Cowboy, lifetime best this afternoon, 151-2. Greeting the Wedding Connections trackside, Michelle Crawford makes the trophy presentation on behalf of the Tall Dark Stranger Syndicate. Tall Dark Stranger, the namesake at this afternoon's International Stallion Stakes. Captain Cowboy upsets here at 11-1. Seventh race results are official. Captain Cowboy springs the upset. It returns 25-40, 12-40, and 4-20 for the trouble. A second and number 2, 6 feet apart, 583.20. 3 Monty Mickey, third, 220. Exacta was $147.60. The $1 trifecta was $259.90. 20-cent superfecta, $156.90. Official rundowns for the 7th race. Odds on Capitalism 7th. Number 2, 6 feet apart, 2nd. 3 Monty Mickey, 3rd. Number 4 Luke's Perry, 6th. 5 Nautical Hanover, 4th. Number 6 Captain Cowboy, the race winner. 7 River Nest, 5th. 8 Danger Zone, 8th. Rechecking top down at 7-2-3. 6-4-1. 5 and 8 on the bottom. Captain Cowboy, 151-2. And to learn a little more about the upset win here, Captain Cowboy, Dave Brower standing by trackside with winning driver Dexter Dunn.
Thanks very much, Gabe Pruitt. And yes, an upset it was as Captain Cowboy continues the off-the-pace theme here at the Red Mile so far this weekend, week 2. Captain Cowboy upsets for trainer Oka Svanstedt. I didn't know he had any pacers.
I think he likes to buy one each year and play around with it. So this guy here, he got the right one.
Now, he's had a bunch of different drivers on this horse over the course. Yannick Gingras, he listed this week. We know Yannick has to stick with the Burke horse here. So you inherit the assignment. What did he tell you about Captain Cowboy before you went out there?
Yeah, I was lucky to pick the drive up, obviously, and there was actually lots of confidence in the camp. He didn't get much luck last week and was full of pace. So, yeah, they were pretty confident with him. And, going 3 quarters there, I was pretty confident too.
You know, he seems like an all-or-nothing sort so far. He's the son of Captain Treacherous, so the pedigree is there. This is his 5th win from 8 starts. No seconds, no thirds.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, he either wins or he doesn't. But, it's the first time I sat behind him. He was ready to roll.
I want to ask you, I've asked every driver so far about what's going on with the track today. It's been a little weird to see everything winning from off the pace here. Do you notice it?
Yeah, for sure. The front's not holding up as good as it usually does here, but it's when you got the best horses racing here, it's a tough track, and you use them a little bit. There's other horses that are going to outkick you if they don't. So tactics got to play a part. I've probably got to improve my tactics too over this week and pick my game up. But it makes for good racing.
Well, it has to affect your handicapping because you look at the same program page we do, and you got to go to Plan B, Plan C sometimes.
You do, but it's like any race. It depends on the fractions. If there's slow fractions up front, I'm sure the front will hold up.
Okay, I want to look back to Nikki Hill yesterday. That was a spectacular performance again. I haven't had a chance to talk to you in the winner's circle about her. Give me your impressions and what kind of a special filly could she be?
Yeah, she's on the right path, and she's her run the other day was great, and I just love the end of the mile. She's drawing away. She's under siege here at Canada last start and a little bit yesterday at the top of the stretch here, but she just doesn't seem to get tired. So hopefully she can carry on with that.
Is it too early to start making some comparisons to Party Girl Hill?
Yeah, too early, and I don't like to compare two horses anyway. But she's on the right path. She's done obviously everything Chris has asked of her, and she's done it in style. So it's a pleasure to sit behind her.
Okay, that was yesterday. Captain Cowboy is today, and Bella Bellini is tomorrow. Were you happy when you got that nice middle of the pack post 5?
Perfect draw for her. I think we drew the same in the Hamburg Oaks. So that's a good draw for her for sure.
If she wins the Philly Futurity tomorrow, is 5 your new lucky number?
It might have to be. Any number, when you're winning, any number's lucky, right?
What kind of a filly has she been throughout the season? Maybe a pleasant surprise, but, she's been really good and stepped up in the big spots.
Yeah, but she's been managed good too, She hasn't had a real taxing season, so she's really, really fast. She's got a great burst of speed, and, she's had a great year, so looking forward to tomorrow.
All right, congratulations. It's always nice to talk to you in the winner's circle, and good luck tomorrow with Bella Bellini, and I hope you don't need it.
Thank you. I've been trying hard to get back in here.
Dexter Dunn, everybody. Captain Cowboy takes a new lifetime mark tonight, 150, 1 and 2.
Looking for your next quality standardbred racehorse? Look no further than Sugar Valley Farm in Delaware, Ohio. Sugar Valley's lineup of stallions include World Champion Down by the Seaside, Lather Up, the fastest horse in harness racing history, Little Brown Jug Champion, Well Said, and the newest stallions to the Sugar Valley lineup, Catch the Fire, Marseille, and Mission Accepted. Sugar Valley Farm, the home of champions.
Weissman Farms. World-class broodmares located at world-class Kentuckyana Farms. And a world-class stallion, Help is on the way. Indiana's Walner by the great Chapter 7.
Scoring from post 12 here at 2-1. Help is on the way.
His first foals sell at the Hoosier Classic. Don't leave the sale without one.
Our passion and our promise to breed the best and sell the best so you can race the best. Crawford Farms, home to this year's 2020 Hamiltonian Filly champion Ramona Hill.
Andrew McCarthy finds today. Ramona Hill takes the Hamiltonian.
And over 100 more stakes-winning broodmares, racehorses, and retirees. They call it the Sport of Kings. We call it the love of champions. From our farm to the winner's circle, share our passion. Crawford Farms.
Dale Valente Farm, home of the top standard-bred stallions in North America, including Hamiltonian winner Trixton, Kentucky Futurity champion Six Pack, and global pacing sensation Lazarus. Dale Valente Farm's outstanding broodmare portfolio includes two-time pacing filly of the year Worldly Beauty and Breeders' Crown champion Brigham Dream, dam of 2019 Swedish Sprint champion winner Taekwondo. Dale Valente Farms premium breeding farm and syndicate management in Flemington, New Jersey.
Trotters on the track for this afternoon's 8th race. It's the Mac Cuddy Memorial. Downwinners of 1 trotters. The one is Timo Kemp, Randy Gerald, the treader driver, and he co-owns with Jody Jordan. Number 2 is Good Godly Miss Molly. Jonas Citizen trains. He co-owns with Michael Carter and Jeffrey Dabrowski. Todd McCarthy drives. 3, Wishing Barefoot. Dwayne Motter trains and drives for the River Stable, Larsburg. 4 is Zoe Deo. Jim Short trains. Tim Dietrich drives for Dudley Thompson and David Arbo. Number 5, Lady Cameron races without Lasix today. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains for Joyce McClellan. Dave Miller drives. Next in the post parade there is number 6. Well, that was number 6, Stiff Drink, first-time starter. Julie Miller trains. Andy Miller aboard for Fred Hertrick the 3rd. 7 is St. Francis Irene. Robert Boggs, the older treader with Scott Zierod. At 8, the winner take it all. Barry Inglum trains the Weisman Farms. Ada McCarthy is in the sulky. That's the field for the 8th race. Again, no Lasix on the 5. Lady Cameron, no Lasix. for the 5. All else clear. Good luck at the 8th race. It's just a few minutes away. We march on here on a Saturday afternoon closing weekend. 5 racing action here in downtown Lexington, Kentucky at the Red Mile. Dave Brower, lots coming tomorrow here as we move into the back half of the Saturday card. Closing day, Kentucky Futurity Day, 12 races in total. We'll have the Philly Futurity, the Tattersalls Pace, and the Kentucky Futurity to close out the day tomorrow afternoon, part of the final 3 races of the meet. We've got a lot going on as well on track. The hat contest, so don't forget to make those hats. Come on out tomorrow. That hat contest is going to be fun. Always a great event. Lots of big-time swag on the line if you can win that hat contest tomorrow. And we're giving away 400 Kentucky Futurity hats, nice caps each and every year. That's sponsored by Weissman Farms as part of tomorrow afternoon's festivities.
I'm looking forward to that as well. The blue, bright blue hats is the best way to say that. I know you and I got the blue memo for our nice new shirts today, courtesy of Jeremy down in the gift shop. And folks, he is still fully stocked, so pick out your nice memorabilia or a nice new polo shirt or T-shirt to take home. Visit him before you exit the premises, whether it be today or tomorrow. Also, Art and the gang at Bow River down there on the grandstand as well if you need a special piece of jewelry. You mentioned earlier on the Round Barn's open today, so if you want to be a little harness racing historian, you can see one of the most historic buildings in the entirety of the sport. Checking it out. I forget the year that was established. I know, the racetrack here at the Red Mile established in 1875. And that futurity tomorrow dates back to, I think, 1893, this being the 129th edition. Keep up with everything that goes on the backstretch here by checking in on ustrotting.com, Backstretch with Gordon, a very, very popular column. And you'll get not only a little bit of gossip, but you'll get some interesting inside info and tidbits about the big stakes races yet to come the rest of the day and for tomorrow as well. If you're free after the races and head over to the sales grounds, as many people will, well, guess what? Visit the Diamond Creek consignment in the back there. They're having a big down by the seaside beach party. Everyone is invited. This is not just for horsemen, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to have tacos, they're going to have beverages flowing, and they will certainly give everybody a good time before that last night of the sale kicks off.
Yes, so much going on there. You see a TV stowed at the slate. Now the beach party. We might be a little late to the beach party, Dave. That doesn't mean that we won't be making a last call appearance at the beach party tonight. You get free tacos, free drinks, free music. And again, all are welcome. Everyone invited out to the beach party. That's obviously in celebration of Down by the Seaside. He's got several in that sale tonight. So we'll hope to make it out before 7 p.m. there, before they ring the bell on the opening yearling to step in the ring tonight as part of that beach party. We've got 8th race up next. This is the Mac Cuddy Memorial. We've got trotters here. We've got a field of 8, Dave. Stiff Drink, not a hunch play for you and I, but really a play that we like because he comes off a very good qualifier. He added trotting hobbles down the road, 54-1. We talked about it at the pregame show, the pair he defeated. Bonanza made a break yesterday, so it was tough to make much of him. He was a $600,000 yearling. Nicky the Dunn raced very well out of that exact same qualifier, so I think the hobbles could have been key here, and he lands in a fairly comfortable spot. It seems like these Walders, they just keep appearing from everywhere.
They did, because it seems like they all made the races, which is so rare for any stallion out there, and he's made such an incredible splash. This one's a homebred for a big name, not only in harness racing, but thoroughbred racing as well. That's Fred Hertrick and his folks out of Delaware here. But we got to get the backstory one of these days. He's a gelding already. Don't know when or where that happened. After, I guess I could call it a disastrous first qualifier here back on September 7th. They gave him 3 weeks off. Put the trotting hobbles on, and you see the difference. I'm happy with what I saw in the post parade. I'm happy with what I see him scoring down. So I don't see any, angriness or anything like that fighting Andy and Julie Miller. They have a win on the card today, and they're hoping to defend their Kentucky Filly Futurity Championship. They won it with Love a Good Story last year, and they have pub crawl tomorrow.
Yes, it could be a big weekend. And Dave, you do see the horses stepping off the track. I am now told that we are going to have a slight delay, and it's due to a starting gate malfunction.
Oh, that's
so
not
we
good.
get a starting gate malfunction. Makes me feel right at home, like I'm in South Florida, in fact. But we do have a starting gate malfunction here, and they will work through that as we get set here for the 8th race. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay. You still have plenty of time to wager here on race 8.
You know what, Gabe? That means we're going to be late for the beach party. Hopefully they won't run out of tacos.
Yeah, you're right down there with that Diamond Creek crew. Why don't you ask, maybe we can get that extended out a little bit.
You know what? They might already be over there. I think that box is empty right now. So they're making preparations for everyone's arrival.
We'll be there. Even if we're late, we will be arriving at the beach party. And we'll pass along any word just as soon as we have it. Dave, we've got lots to come today. We've got this race, of course, up next. We've got a pick 4 with a $10,000 guaranteed pool. That'll start on race number 9. We saw yesterday just one winning ticket in the pick 4, better than $10,000, the $1 return.
Looking forward to that. We've had a couple of monster payoffs so far, and it may not change here, especially the way the track has been playing. With horses winning from off the pace, and some at very good prices. So we'll see how it starts off tomorrow. We will make our assessments along the way because when you're handicapping and gambling, you must adapt at the speed of sound, I guess is the best way to say that.
Yeah, you really are. No question about that. Again, we'll get to any update here in just one moment. I'll try and pass an update along here before the start of race 8.
Southwind Farms is the premier breeding facility in New Jersey and is home to top trotting sire Muscle Hill. Southwind also stands the world champion Walner and 2018 Breeders' Crown champion Tactical Landing. Southwind also has a beautiful standardbred nursery in upstate New York, where the rolling hills provide an ideal setting for foals to grow up strong and healthy for the lucrative New York Sire Stakes program.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
Rouge Farm has been an award-winning trendsetter in modern trotting for more than 3 decades. With world-class breeding nurseries located in New York and Pennsylvania, Rouge alumni include Millionaires, Fern, Muscles Marinara, Whiskey Tax, and Dewey Color in the Line. The Rouge Farm star-studded broodmare band features world champions Ice Attraction and Perfect Alliance, along with Cena, who produced the $480,000 sale topper and 150-1 performer Beautiful Sin. Rouge Farm recent foals hail from the exciting first crop, a world champion 6-pack. Among their exceptional yearlings offered at major sales are 2 by the Red Hot Woner, Walnisa, a filly by Rouge Star, and Wallander, a colt out of Glitzy Gal. Also, 7 Ways Ahead, a Chapter 7 sister to Barndolf, Lava Field, a first foal out of the Lucky Ava, and Down to Earth, a tactical landing sister to Opulent Yankee. Rouge Farm, a great foundation of success, producing trotting's future stars. For more information, log on to alrougefarm.com and follow us along on Facebook.
International Money, the only son of international super sire Love You, standing at stud in North America.
International Money setting sail to win the good
Out
time.
of Moneymaker, the greatest trotting mare ever. International Money's first crop of yearlings are big, strong, long, and powerful, and are well represented at the major sales. International Money, bringing the best of Europe to North America, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
And on to the third man up here in terms of starting gates. It's taking a test run. Victory lap in front of the grandstand, and we will be all set, assuming that all went well. And the third rendition of the Crawford Farm starting gate has moved into position. It's post time for this afternoon's 8th race. Starter call. Eighth race, the Mac Cuddy Memorial. A.M. Cuddy, large Ontario breeder for many years, associated with Bonefish, many others. Mac Cuddy Memorial. This afternoon's eighth race, field of 8. They are on game. And they're off and trotting. Good golly, Miss Molly made a break at the beginning. Wishing Barefoot goes sprinting out quickly. Stiff Drink, the first-time starter, also marching out towards that opening turn. And Stiff Drink and Andy Miller will move right to the top past Wishing Barefoot. Zoe Dale came out trotting in third. Timo Kemp is fourth in front of Lady Cameron. She's out racing in fifth. St. Francis Irene is next in sixth. In front of the winner, Take It All. And after the miscue at the start, it's about 15 further back to Good Golly, Miss Molly. They trot around the opening turn and pass the quarter. 29-1. Stiff Drink, the son of Walder, at his career debut, carries a 2-length lead out of the backstretch. Wishing Barefoot tracking loosely in second. Zoe Dale looks over third. It's 2 more back to Timo Kemp. He follows fourth in front of a hard-held Lady Cameron. She continues to track in fifth. St. Francis Irene has the winner Take It All beaten at the back. Far behind the pack, Good Golly, Miss Molly. No change of position as they rolled along across the backstretch. Stiff Drink pass a half, 57-3, 28-2 for the second quarter. All good still for Stiff Drink as they make their way out of the far turn. Wishing Barefoot there in second. Zoe Deo advances to the outside in third. Lady Cameron will pick up that cover second over now fourth. Timo Kemp pinned into the inside fifth with St. Francis Irene up third over in the flow. And for the winner, Take It All. And still far back to Good Golly, Miss Molly. Zoe Deo broke stride. Stiff Drink broke stride. So a couple of breakers there. Stiff Drink and Zoe Deo both off stride past 3/4, 127. Lady Cameron is going to inherit the lead. So Lady Cameron takes over out of the center. St. Francis Irene battles on in between horses. Wishing Barefoot tries to move back through down at the inside. 4 outside, the winner, Take It All. But it's Lady Cameron who clings to a short lead. Wishing Barefoot up the inside. St. Francis Irene still inching in. Lady Cameron. Lady Cameron will coast home to win. St. Francis Irene was second. Wishing Barefoot third. The winner, Take It All, fourth. 155-2. Five, 7, 3, 8 out official in the eighth race. 5, 7, 3, 8 out officially in the eighth. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. This is Lady Cameron, Virgil Morgan Jr. The trainer, Dave Miller of the bank, for his first win of the afternoon. This one for her, Joyce McClellan, Zanesville, Ohio. Lady Cameron, a 2-year-old bay filly. She is by What the Hill, the end of her hallmare poster head up. Lady Cameron bred by older Joyce McClellan and Richard McClellan of Ohio. It's her second career victory. Lifetime best this afternoon, 155-2 for Lady Cameron. She takes the A.M. Mac Cuddy Memorial. We're honored to have Bruce Cuddy here trackside make the trophy presentation. Mac Cuddy, longtime Ontario breeder. Many greats over the years. We honor his memory today with the Mac Cuddy Memorial. Lady Cameron here at 7-2. Eighth race results are official. Lady Cameron worth $9.60, $5.20, and $4.20. Second of the 7 St. Francis Irene, $7.20 and $5. Third of the 3 Wishing Barefoot, $7.80. Exacta was $64.80. The $1 trifecta, $476.40. 20-cent superfecta, $366.62. The pick 3 was $298. Official rundowns for the 8th race. Timo Kim 5th. Number 2, Good Godly Miss Molly 6th. 3 Wishing Barefoot 3rd. Number 4, Zoe Deo 7th. 5 Lady Cameron, the race winner. 6 Stiff Drink was 8th. Number 7 St. Francis Irene 2nd. 8 the winner Take It Off 4th. Rechecking time down, it's 5-6-3, 7-1-8. 2 and 4 on the bottom. Lady Cameron 155-2. The 9th race is up next. It's the top expectations to kick off this afternoon's pick 4, $10,000 guaranteed pick 4 pool. Looking at the changes in the pick 4, the 9th race clear. In the 10th race, driver change on 3, Dune with Class to Dwayne Motter. Dwayne Motter drives 3, Dune with Class, race 10. 11th race is clear. And in the 12th race, a driver changed number 2, Fox Valley Oscar to Dwayne Motter. Dwayne Motter drives number 2, Fox Valley Oscar in race 12. The 9th race, the start of the pick 4 is in 10 minutes.
To all our sports caretakers, this one's for you. It's the 2021 Caretaker Cup, sponsored by Leah Chevry and Art Zubrod's Fair Island Farm of Versailles, Kentucky. These awards will be presented to the caretakers of the horses that win major stake races at the Red Mile. But we thank all of you whose hard work and dedication brings out the best in our racehorses.
Southwind Farms is the premier breeding facility in New Jersey and is home to top trotting sire Muscle Hill. Southwind also stands the world champion Walner and 2018 Breeders' Crown champion Tactical Landing. Southwind also has a beautiful standardbred nursery in upstate New York, where the rolling hills provide an ideal setting for foals to grow up strong and healthy for the lucrative New York Sire Stakes program.
Our track bugler Ron Courtney has called the trotters to the track for this afternoon's 9th race. It's the Top Expectations, sponsored by the Daniel Plouffe Stables. It kicks off the Saturday afternoon pick 4, which features a $10,000 guaranteed pull. No changes in the 9th race. And what is Elliott Stone? Wayne Motter, the Treaderman driver for Marlon Detweiler. Number 2, Just 4 Tricks. Mike Murphy trains. Andy Miller up for James Wilson and Terry Jenkins. 3, Yankee Romance. Randy Gerald, the Treaderman driver for Mark Wright. 4 is Cardi Boss. Tony Alanya trains for Crawford Farms Racing with Andy McCarthy. Number 5 is Talk At Me Turbo. Casey Burns trains and drives and co-owns with Melissa Burns and Caitlin Kelly. 6 is My Mini Miracle. Ron Best trains. Tim Tetrick up for Matthew White. 7 is Party Shoes. Carol Weber, the owner trader with Eotic Jingra. That's the field for the 9th race. Kicks off the pick 4, $10,000 guaranteed pull. Just a few minutes to wager on race 9. One of our favorite times of the day here at Lexington. It's Pick 4 time, the Saturday afternoon card. And Dave, we've mentioned it many times, just one ticket out yesterday. We could have had a major carryover today. One winning player took down over $10,000 with yesterday's bull. Before we dive into this one, though, it's still a bit of a head-scratcher in the last race. So we saw two of them make breaks at the top of the stretch. Lady Cameron ended up getting the win there, and one win here for Virgil Morgan Jr. He'll look for a big afternoon tomorrow as he's got Hercules, a supplement in the field of futurity.
And she's got a big chance, Gabe. I was very impressed by her performance up here after maybe a less than stellar win up in Delaware, Ohio. She wasn't at her best that day, and those are Virgil's words, not mine. But I do agree with that assessment. But she really showed that she could step it out on the big track here. So that's what prompted them to put up the supplemental fee, and it was a hefty one to get into that race. She did get a little love from the post gods drawing the rail, so she plots for, a good inside, up-close stalking trip. So I think she's got a heck of a chance.
I agree. Big, bulky field there. She's one of several, but she did look so good here in opening week stakes action. The ninth race up next year, we've got 7 going to post day. This is not an easy sequence. You've got just the lone stake here. That's 11th race this afternoon. The rest all pretty difficult overnight events in this Pick 4 sequence, so it's not easy. That's pretty much exactly how it looked yesterday. And then we saw the major upset in the stake with Fantasy Hanover winning there at a boxcar price. That parlayed that huge winning ticket out there for someone. For me, Dave, just 4 tricks. I think you're on board here as well. Son of Trixton for trainer Mike Murphy. I liked this guy last time. I thought he may go to the lead, and he actually opted to sit just off the lead. He parlayed that to a close second. He is winless in 15 starts. The trouble, when you and I were handicapping this earlier, we'd liked to have a horse in the lead here in this spot. The way this track is playing, I'm going to have to be convinced at this point, regardless of fractions, that someone can win on the front end.
It's definitely changing everybody's plans here. Even that big favorite earlier, Joviality, she won from just off the pace. Brian Sears didn't elect to go to the front with her. So it's got an impact. I've asked a couple of the drivers in the winner's circle how they feel about it, and they've kind of all slightly concurred. They don't like to play their cards too far from the vest here. Just for tricks, I ended up on the Colt by Trixton here. Yeah, I saw the 0 for 15 too, and that's kind of burned me over the first couple of weeks. But in a race with, a couple other question marks as well, Andy Miller does know the Colt by now. There he is. He was kind of fighting him a little bit when he came out onto the track, but I'm glad I just got that follow-up shot. He looks fine. Couple different other ways you can go in here. Give us the story with Casey Burns, though. Casey Burns made the news when she dead heated, I think, with her father in a race up in Ohio this season, and she's got a very nice gelding by Jitterbug. So I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with that stallion, but they purchased Talk At Me Turbo out of the Buckeye Classic sale for just $4,700. So $22,000 in the bank, a win, a bunch of seconds, a bunch of thirds, and, Gabe, a bunch of speed.
Yes, and Casey Burns, she actually was here earlier the beat, Dave. She pulled off a double early the beat, I do believe. I'd have to go back and look. It was right at the start of the Corbin at Lexington beat. So it's been quite some time now. My memory not what it used to be. I'm sure if I'm wrong, 5 or 10,000 people will correct me on Twitter, but I believe it was a double on that day from Casey Burns. So she's had success over the track. We see this guy primary up at Dayton, but we did see him race here at the Red Mile. He was close. And those non-winners of what overnight type companies, you see hit the board with regularity there. And I'm not familiar with Jitterbug either, but this guy has been pretty handy all season. Not a 15 of the board. Does have good tactical speed if she opts to use it.
Yeah, exactly. Had a couple of good foundation starts last year too, with a couple of wins on the fair circuit. I know that slow time shouldn't bother anybody, 2:03. I guess that's Wilmington. I'm going to have to guess on that. And like you said, if I'm wrong, at least 50 people will call to correct me on Twitter as well. So look for some speed out of Talk At Me Turbo. Look for Andy Miller to try and be an up-close stalking trip, and then we'll see what we get from the rest.
Yeah, the way this track is playing, Dave, could that perhaps play into the hands of My Betty Miracle? The 6, who added Lasix recently, was off the pace winner last out. Again, just the way this track is playing, I'd have to take a long look at My Betty Miracle. She sits there at a pretty generous 3-1 right now. So we do see that Crawford Farms starting game. If we get into position, and it is post time for this afternoon's 9th race. Final boarding call for the Pick 4. Starter call. Trotters lined up for this afternoon's 9th race. Top Expectations. Nice trotting mare, sponsored by Daniel Plouffe Stables. Field of 7 to kick off the Big Four. They are on game. And they are off and trotting. Just 4 Tricks. Flashing sharp early speed. Center the track. Talk at Me Turbo as Cardi Boss also left out towards the opening turn. The 4 outside Party Shoes. Looking to mix it up. Sally gets stoned. Move on through down at the inside in front of Yankee Romance by Betty Miracle. Content to come away at the back as they circle the Tattersall's turn. Just 4 Tricks right to the point. Cardi Boss just off the early leader second. Talk at Me Turbo. We'll find an early seat at the 3rd spot in front of Elliott Stone. Party Shoes is still caught wide in 5th for Jing Raj. Yankee Romance tightens up down at the inside 6th. At the back, that's My Midi Miracle. The quarter was 28-1. As they move on to the back stretch, just 4 Tricks in pursuit of his first career win. Talk at Me Turbo is out rolling already past the 3/8 mark with Cardi Boss. Just off the dueling leaders down at the inside 3rd. Party Shoes has been out every step 4th. Elliott Stone is down at the inside, gapping off at this point 5th. In front of Yankee Romance and at the back by Betty Miracle, still watching all of the action as they roll past the half here in 57 seconds. 28-4 in the second quarter. Just 4 Tricks. He's still the target as he takes the field out of the far turn. Talk at Me Turbo still grinding away. On the outside, he's worked up second. Cardi Boss hangs it at the cones at 3rd in front of Party Shoes, who's back out and moving 4th for Jingra. Yankee Romance to the outer flow in 5th as Elliott Stone gaps off. My Betty Miracle stacked up. Now we'll move 3 wide for Tetrick as they move to the top of the stretch. They're past 3 quarters, 126-1. Just 4 Tricks clings to a short lead. Talk at Me Turbo will not go away on the outside with Cardi Boss looking to thread through Trotters late. Party Shoes still inching in. Far outside, My Betty Miracle begins to unwind. They're 5 across the track. Just 4 Tricks still there with a short lead. Off stride went Cardi Boss. Cardi Boss made a break far outside. My Betty Miracle begins to roll over the top. My Betty Miracle will go back to back, and she rolls past it with easily. Talk at Me Turbo second. Just 4 Tricks 3rd. Cardi Boss was an off stride 4th with Party Shoes 5th. 156. $6.524 on the board unofficially. The inquiry side is up. It does concern that 4th place finisher, Cardi Boss. Possible violation of the braking rule. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm Winners presentation. This is My Midi Miracle. She was on debut this afternoon. Treader Ron Best, Tim Tetrick at the bike for the winning effort. Promoter Matthew White of Lexington. My Mitty Miracle. 3-year-old bay filled by Yankee Glide for the Valley Victor Mare Del Betty. She was bred in Lebanon, Kentucky by Jack Gray Jr. Third one of the season, fourth overall. My Mitty Miracle 156. And that is a career best effort. My Mitty Miracle takes the top expectations and trackside to make the trophy presentation. Daniel and Alexander Plouffe. Daniel and Alexander Plouffe trackside to make the trophy presentation to the winning connections of My Mitty Miracle. That inquiry sign remains up. Will not affect the betting finish here, but the judge is taking a look at the fourth place finisher. Finch to have a disqualification. The Fork Hardy Boss has been disqualified. 7 Party Shoes who finished 5th, placed 4th. Again, it does not affect the betting outcome, but there was placing for 4th. Ninth race results are official. My Mitty Miracle returns 640, 420, and 260. Second of the 5 Tall Academy Turbo, 440, 280. Third of the 2 Just 4 Tricks, 240. Exacta was $28, a $1 trifecta, $38.40. Official rundowns for the 9th race. Elliott Stone finished 6th. He was placed 5th. Number 2 Just 4 Tricks, 3rd. 3 Yankee Romance finished 7th, placed 6th. 4 Cardi Boss finished 4th, disqualified, and placed 7th for violation of the braking rule. 5 Talkaby Turbo 2nd. Number 6 My Mini Miracle the winner. 7 Party Shoes 5th, placed 4th. Rechecking top down with the placings. It's 5, 3, 6, 7, 2, 1. 4 on the bottom. My Mini Miracle 156. 10th race up next. It's the Arts Place. Sponsored by Fair Island Farm. Art Zubrod and Leah Chevery. Driver change at number 3, Dune with class to Dwayne Motter. Dwayne Motter drives number 3, Dune with class. Field of Dot in the upcoming 10th race. We'll go to the post in 10 minutes.
Handsome son of Muscle Hill, Bar Hopping has established himself as a leading trotting stallion from just 2 crops of racing age.
The MGM Yonkers trot goes to Johan Palima. Bella Bellini and Donovan
From only
Winter here.
61 foals, Bar Hopping is the second leading money-winning sire of 3-year-old trotters in 2021, ahead of his sire Muscle Hill. Look for outstanding yearlings by Bar Hopping at every major sale this fall, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
With over 30 years of experience in wealth planning and a lifetime of involvement in harness racing, Matt Franklin at Wire to Wire Wealth can help you build a financial plan that addresses the unique circumstances of those involved in the horse racing industry. Whether you are investing to build wealth, protect your family, or preserve your assets, Matt at Wire to Wire Wealth will work with you through the wealth planning process from start to finish. World-class harness racing on the famed Red Mile clay surface is legendary. We call it the Lexington Experience. The majesty and tradition of live harness racing in the Bluegrass begins August 1st. And the major stake races at the Red Mile start October 1st, culminating with Kentucky Futurity Day, Sunday, October 10th. Lexington's Red Mile, a world-class destination.
Everybody, welcome back. Our final special guest on the stage this Saturday now, almost evening, as it closes in on 4:51. Couple of races to go. Pleasure to welcome Mr. Steve Jones, who operates Cameo Hills Farm, along with his wife Kathy and sons Tyler and Jake. They're based out of Montgomery, New York. A beautiful facility it is. And this place, Steve, was established by your dad, Hal, back in 1982. So a lot of history there.
A lot of history. I've been coming to Lexington since 1982. My father was selling horses here in the 50s when he worked for Walter Michael and at Pickwick Farm. So yeah, we've been coming to Lexington our whole life.
I look forward to it every year. Do you?
Oh, it's the favorite part of the year, especially if the sales go well.
Now listen, it's not just a vacation for you because it's work, because you have a consignment, you get to show off all those nice pretty horses, and you put those sons of yours to work. I stopped by early in the week just to chit-chat, say hello, wish you guys luck or whatever, and they were running around like cats, you know, just fixing everything, getting horses ready to come on out and show to everybody.
Yeah, they're both out of college, they're both involved in the business, and I'm happy to have them a part of Cameo Hills, and they're doing a great job, and you know, I think they're enjoying Lexington as well.
Well, that they should at their age. That's about the best way to say that. Plus, it takes a little, you know, pressure off of you with all the work. Now, speaking of the sale, let's begin with that because that's the overriding theme of good news so far in the town this week. My word is gangbusters. Do you have a different word?
No, the sale has been terrific. We had the best sale we've ever had in Lexington, and again, we've been selling here since I think '85. So the sale is dynamite all the way through. I think the Ohio Breds will sell well tonight. So it's been a very gratifying week for the sellers.
What were your expectations going in? Did you kind of think this was possible, or is this almost like a dream come true situation?
I was pretty confident that we were going to have a great sale. I knew that the individuals and the pedigrees were there for us to have a great sale. I did not think we were going to have as many as we had sell for the prices that they did, but I knew they were going to sell well.
All right, before they come out on the track here for race number 10, we'll take a break after that. But your stallions at your farm, you want to talk about making an impact on the pacing side. Huntsville, the 27 Meadowlands Pace champion, ended up being the leading first crop sire all of last year.
Yeah, Huntsville has done terrific. He's leading first crop sire in New York, one of the best sires nationally. You know, we own a big piece of him. He's a terrific looking horse, a very fertile horse. His horses go fast, so we're thrilled to have him.
And So Surreal, he kind of flew under the radar a little while because I guess his racing career was cut short.
Yes, he got injured at the end of his 2-year-old season. We thought he had enough ability and was well enough bred that we should give him a chance as a sire. He's done terrific. He won 3 of the 4 finals in New York 2 years ago. He won the 2-year-old Pacing Colt final this year. So for a horse that's under the radar, as you say, he's done fantastic.
So we could say he has exceeded your expectations.
He's far exceeded my expectations. You know, I thought there was an opportunity for him in New York, but now, you know, I think he's going to be with us for many years to come.
All right, that's great to hear. You see the Pacers stepping out here for race number 10, full field of 9, so we'll turn things up to the top of the stands. Mr. Gabe Pruitt will introduce the race 10 field, and then back more with Steve Jones from the Cameo Hills Farm.
Ryan Courtney calls the Pacers to the track for this afternoon's 10th race. It's the Arts Place, sponsored by Fair Island Farm. Art Zubrod and Leah Chevrolet kicks off the late pick 3. The one is Hurricane Harvey. Jafari Frazier, the owner, Treadable driver. Number 2 is Fluff Yeah. Brett Schwartz trains. He co-owns with William Bean and Nick Falkerson, Tim Diedrich. 3 is Dune with Class. Jimmy Watson trains for Tridland Harris Sr. and Walter Michael Miller make the driver Dwayne Miner. 4 is Captain Ken. Pete Foley trains for All-Star Racing Incorporated. Scott Zierbon. 5 is Just Another Mickey. David Brown owns and trains with Mickey Pryor. Number 6, Captain Butler. Tony Aldana trains. Andy McCarthy up for Sam Bowie and Jerry Glantz. 7, Don't Like It, Leave. Jeff Neisauger trains, Dexter Dunn drives for the LaSalle Racing Group LLC. The 8 is Rave Reviews. Brian Brown trains, Dave Miller up for Kirk Nichols. At the 9 is Mad Eye Moody. Brent Schwartz trains, Todd McCarthy drives for the Hired Gun Racing Stable, Nick Fulkerson. That's the field for the 10th race. Dwayne Motter drives 3, Dune with Class. That is your only change. Once again, Dwayne Motter on the 3. We'll sit it back downstairs. Dave Brower standing by once again with Steve Jones.
Thanks again, Gabe Pruitt. Race 10 up next here, overnight event as we get ready to close out the Saturday afternoon program. A couple of races to go. Back with Steve Jones of Cameo Hills Farm, based in Montgomery, New York, in a lovely facility that is. So if you ever need send a mare to be kept, get in touch with Steve. Now, we talked about your stallions there, sir. I want to talk about the great history of horses that have been produced at your farm. And this is a great list. I'm going to go over it, and then we'll pick out who you want to talk about. All the way back to Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe, Hamiltonian winner. Well Said, Goalie Jeff, Huntsville, who we just talked about, House that Ruth built. And then the final one that we have to delve into a little bit more deeply is that great mare in Philly, Check Me Out, world record holder.
Yeah, Check Me Out is certainly the greatest trotting filly we've ever raised and sold. And, I mean, she was basically invincible for 2 years. She had bad luck on the day of the Oaks, but when she finished her 3-year-old season, she was the richest trotting filly of all time. So she was a tremendous racehorse, and now it looks like maybe she's going to be a tremendous broodmare as well.
Now, she threw a couple fillies first?
She threw a couple fillies. She had a credit winner filly that made around 100,000 with a record of 155 that Emilio Rosati owns, and a couple of the fillies that showed a little talent, but certainly nothing approaching her.
But the one we've seen as starring in the 2-year-old colt trotting ranks this year is King of the North, her first colt.
Yeah, King is, obviously he's been the best 2-year-old trotting colt to date. He got beat out here the other day. He's had a terrific season, and I don't know what their plans are, whether he goes on to the Breeders' Crown or whether they call it a day, or I don't know. But he's certainly been a terrific colt all summer.
When will Ray tell you? Just for information.
I don't. Ray won't tell me. I'm not an owner.
Yeah.
I'm cheering him on, and Ray tends to make those decisions, and I'll just look in the entry box.
You'll hear it secondhand.
I won't ask.
All right, now I will ask, because I know you do own the filly that's coming up in race number 11. Her name is Brick House Babe, and she's won 4 of her 9 starts. I kind of have really liked her right from the start. Now, Ray Schnitker and you are both the co-breeders, along with the Royal Asset Stable, but you retained a piece. Give us the whole story, how that went, and what we can look forward to today.
Well, we're hoping she's first or second in that race. I think she's got the talent. The broodmare was a very good mare. She made about 400 and change. She was second in the Mary Annabelle as a 2-year-old. Our partners on the broodmare were Steve Arnold, Paul Berdonia, John Kernet, and anyway, she sold down here in Lexington. Some people stayed in, some people got out, and she's been a terrific 2-year-old. She had post 10 in the Doherty and was a very good second in there. So I think she's a talented filly. Hopefully she likes things today.
She was flying home that day, and she's been good ever since. Wallner, the sire there, and even you have to be astounded at his success so far right off the bat.
Oh, Wallner has been phenomenal. Dave Reed and Lindy did a very good thing for everybody by syndicating him, sending him to Southwind Farm, and 2 of the Wallners that we sold are Brick House and King of the North. So the ones that we've had have been very good, and hopefully it stays that way.
One thing that we look for when we look over those results pages at every sale is you're not afraid to buy some mares maybe whose racing careers are done but have been quality, and the most recent ones you've added to your portfolio, Who's Blues, Violet Stride, and Come See the Show.
Yeah, you know what? I think the key to success in the breeding business is to have great maternal families, terrific looking mares, and we kind of go the extra mile to get them. I'm not afraid to pay for a mare if I want her, and I've had success doing that. I mean, I bought Big McDeal off the track and Divine Caroline off the track and Rainbow Blue when she dispersed at Harrisburg and many other ones. So I'm not afraid to pay for a broodmare.
Now, one of the other things we appreciate here at the Red Mile is you're a big sponsor of the program here, and you're the sponsor of the Tattersalls tomorrow. So you've got to make another presentation, don't you?
Yes, I don't know if I'm making that or my wife Kathy or the Tyler and Jake, but we'll be out there cheering on whoever's best.
How does that work? You draw straws?
Usually I just do what they tell me to. I don't really have much say in the matter.
Okay, now you told me you are off tonight. You do not have to sell anything tonight at the sale here. Your work is done. So will there be some kind of celebratory dinner somewhere? I know it's a little busy downtown with all that's going on, but what are your plans for the rest of the weekend before we all ship back east?
Well, we've had a great time. Actually, the last couple of nights I've called it a night early because I was getting worn down a little bit. I spent some time with Dave McDuffie, and he really has no time where he goes to bed. It's just sort of, it goes from one day to the next. So I've been resting up, and we're hoping to enjoy the last night in town.
Okay, sometimes you need a day of rest.
Yes.
I know that better than anybody. Listen, thank you so much again, not only for that sponsorship. We know it's going to be a great day tomorrow, and it's going to be a great Tattersalls with that big field, Perfect Sting, Charlie May, etc. Best of luck and continued success to you and the gang there at Cameo Hills, and keep those sons working, will you please?
Absolutely, I'm all for it. Thanks, Dave.
Steve Jones, ladies and gentlemen, Cameo Hills Farm in Montgomery, New York.
Dave, I believed all of that the entire way through until Steve said he had called it an early night the last two nights. But if that is the case, look out tonight. You see him on the town. Crawford Farms, vintage Crawford Farms Startergate has moved into position. It's post time for this afternoon's 10th race. Post time for the Arts Place. Arts Place, the 1992 Horse of the Year. He was undefeated in 16 starts. Hall of Famer. Bred by Brittany Farms and Brian Muddison. Owned during his racing career by Mr. George Siegel and Brian Muddison. Of course, trained by Bob McIntosh. Breeders' Crown winner. One of the leading sires in the sports history. Stood for 14 seasons as a Brittany stallion at Southwind Farms in New Jersey. Started the winner of more than $168 million, ranking him right at the top of the sport. The Arts Place, sponsored by Fair Island Farm, Art Zubrod and Leah Chevry. Field of Nine to kick off the late Big Three. They are on game. And they are off and pacing. Don't like it? Leave. We'll try and lead the gate up the outside for Dexter Dunn. Fluff, yeah, the favorite also on the attack. With Captain Butler on the move towards that opening turn as they mix it up there and sort themselves out. It's Captain Butler and Andy McCarthy who sweep on up past Fluff. Yeah, don't like it. Leave. These two a sweep up at the outside off stride and near the mid-pack of the field was Hurricane Harvey. That is going to cause some confusion amongst the trailing horses as they continue to sort themselves out. It was Don't Like It, Leave, who did race to the top past the quarter, 28-1. Captain Butler out giving chase in second. Fluff, yeah, third. Captain Ken is it behind that top trio from fourth with Ray Reviews followed up again fifth. Fluff, yeah, the favorite is on the move here with the backside blitz. So it is a Fluff, yeah, up and on the attack. And Teach would look to take up the lead from Don't Like It, Leave. So Captain Butler is relegated to a third in front of Captain Ken. Ray Reviews still followed up again in the fifth spot. He's 5 clear of Dune with Class, who's next in line sixth. Just another Mickey is saving ground seventh with Mad Eye Moody up at the outside eighth. And after the miscue, Hurricane Harvey back pacing but trailing as the move past the half here to solid 55-3. Even money. Fluff, yeah, carries that speed onto the far turn with 3/8 to pace. Don't Like It, Leave. Well spotted in second with Captain Ken. Working up on the outside uncovered. He'll bring Rave Reviews along with him, who's well spotted second over, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. It's Captain Butler is pinned out at the inside of fifth. It's far back to the arrest. Fluff, yeah, starts to draw a crowd as it moves past three quarters, 123-4. Captain Ken takes up the lead, turning for home with Rave Reviews. Continuing in giving chase there in second. Don't Like It, Leave. Looks to thread through late at the inside third. Captain Butler Butler moves up fourth. Deep stretch. Captain Kidd is upset-minded. Rave Reviews continues to inch in. At the inside, Don't Like It, Leave. It's Captain Kidd in deep stretch. Captain Kidd will win. Don't Like It, Leave was second. Rave Reviews third. Captain Butler fourth. 152 and 4. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm winner's presentation. This is Captain Ken. Pete Foley, the trainer. John Cobo's All-Star Racing Incorporated of New Jersey. Scott Zeron, the bike for the winning effort this afternoon. Captain Ken, a 2-year-old bay colt. He is by Captain Treacherous from the American Ideal mare Right Stuff. Bred by the Brittany Farms. For sales, first win in 5 career starts for Captain Ken, 152 and 4. Captain Ken takes the Arts Place. Brittany Farms bred in the Arts Place. Greeting the Wedding Connections track side to make the trophy presentation. Jeremy Wilson from the gift shop here at the Red Mile, along with friends Carla and Sarah Pickering and Bria Droz, all track side to make the trophy presentation. The Wedding Connections of Captain Ken. And don't forget, Jeremy is still open at the gift shop just inside the main level. Plenty of great deals, plenty of new merchandise. Check them out all day today through half hour after the last race. It'll be here all day tomorrow, closing day, your last chance to pick up some great merchandise and some great deals at the Red Mile Gift Shop. Stop in and see Jeremy while you're on track with us this afternoon or tomorrow afternoon. .4786 unofficially. 4786 remains unofficial. And we await the results still to go official. And again, the Arts Place here, sponsored by Fair Island Farm, Art Zubrod and Leah Chevery's Fair Island Farm. We do appreciate Fair Island Farm as well, as they sponsor all the Grooms Trophies here. Fair Island Farm, the sponsor of the Grooms Trophies to the Grand Circuit meet at Lexington. So we do appreciate their sponsorship of that and their sponsorship of the Arts Place here with Race 10. The results are made official. Tenth race results are official. The price is up. Captain Ken springs the upset, returning 22-20, 960 and 540. Second of the 7 don't like it. Leave 1160 and 760. Third of the 8 rave reviews 360. The exacta was $248. The $1 trifecta was $1,939 and a dime. 20-cent superfecta $350.44. Official rundowns of the 10th race. 1 Hurricane Harvey was 8th. Number 2 Fluffy F 5th. 3 Dune with class 7th. 4 Captain Ken, the race winner. 5 Just Another Mickey was 9th. Number 6 Captain Butler 4th. 7 Don't Like It Leave 2nd. 8 Rave Reviews 3rd. Number 9 Mad Eye Moody was 6th. Rechecking top down 857 194 2-3 with 6 on the bottom. Captain Ken 152 and 4 for his first career win. Our final stakes event this afternoon comes up at the upcoming 11th race. It's the 4th and final division of the International Money. International Stallion Stake, purse of $79,000, 250. Field of die, no changes here in the upcoming 11th race. So go to the post in 11 minutes.
our promise to breed the best and sell the best so you can race the best. Crawford Farms, home to this year's 2020 Hamiltonian filly champion Ramona Hill.
Andrew McCarthy finds today. Ramona, oh, Ramona Hill takes the Hamiltonian.
And over 100 more stakes-winning broodmares, racehorses, and retirees. They call it the Sport of Kings. We call it the love of champions. From our farm to the winner's circle, share our passion. Crawford Farms.
After meeting racing champions and breeds from around the world, you'll be ready to get in the saddle at the Kentucky Horse Park. Saddle up for a 30-minute guided trail ride along the park's beautiful paddocks. Hand-led pony rides are available for your youngest riders. What will you experience at the Kentucky Horse Park? Plan your visit at kyhorsepark.com.
Poppy Rob Hanover, world champion, son of legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere. Winner of the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes Final.
Poppy Rob Hanover in the finals.
Matron and Governor's Cup at 2.
Poppy Rob Hanover, a dominant winner.
And an Adios elimination in world record time at 3.
Poppy Rob Hanover in record performance.
Stood his first season in 2021, breeding a full book of quality mares. Poppy Rob Hanover, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Another banner year. For the third year in a row, Brittany Farms ranks as North America's leading breeder in the all-important category of the average earnings per starter, far ahead of their closest competitor.
He's pouring it on. Better's Wish running up the score here.
When it comes to buying horses with profit potential and the chance to achieve stardom, start at Brittany Farms.
Ryan Courtney with the call to the post here as the 2-year-old trotting fillies make their way onto the track. It's the 4th division of the International Money International Stallion Stakes, sponsored by the International Money Syndicate, the Hanover Shoe Farms. No changes in the upcoming 11th race. Purse of $79,250. The one is paid in Hanover. Marcus Melander trains. Tim Tetrick up for Jeffrey Snyder, the Four Friends Racing Stable. Number 2 is Mrs. Taylor. Ron Burke trains the Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Bruce Shibby, Jerry and Teresa Silva, Perdell and Libby, and H&M Taylor Stable. Dave Miller drives. 3, Brickhouse Babe. Ray Schnitger trains, and he co-owns with Mary Kenzie Arnold, Steve Jones, and Paul Berdonia. Mark McDonald drives. 4, J. Sweecy Bell. Julie Miller trains. Andy Miller up for the Andy Miller Stable. Crawford Farms Racing at the Mortgage Boys Stable. 5 is Jiggy Jog. Otis Fonstead trains out of Jingrab for Jorgen Spardell Incorporated. 6, A Perfect Helen. Jeff Gregory, the trader driver and the co-owner with Martin Gary, George Robidoff, and Bill Richardson. 7 is Unmistakable. Tony Adania trains for Ken Jacobs, Todd McCarthy. 8 is Palermo Hanover. Noel Daly trains, and he co-owns with Liddy Zeeland and the Gandolfo Stables, Dexter Dunn. 9, Eternally. Bob Stewart trains. Brian Steers drives for Murray Ferguson Jr. That is the field for the 11th race. No changes. Post time for the 11th is just a few minutes away. Final stakes here on a big Saturday afternoon at the Red Mile closing weekend. Just a few minutes away. And Dave, we continue to see this track bias favor the closers. We saw another one there get the job done in race 10. Captain Ken with the 10-1 upset.
Big effort from off the pace there. You know, I'm not really surprised by the effort as well, but still, not, you know, Scott Zeron having this one in prime position. And I guess Pete Foley must have finally figured out how to motivate this son of Captain Treacherous, one of his longtime clients, of course, based in New Jersey out of Tuaco. That's All-Star Racing. Didn't see that one coming, but then again, I have been surprised before, just like you.
It is going to happen. You and I in agreement here. Steve Jones couldn't have been too happy that we're both on his filly here. Brickhouse Babe, daughter of Walter. Mark McDonald in the bike. She took an aggressive shot here last week. Took over the lead through a very taxing middle half there and ultimately gave it late to a very talented filly, but a game runner-up. Prior to that, she was a convincing winner at a couple of kindergarten divisions up at the Meadowlands. A talented filly here. Already $153,000 in the bank. Even money, though. She is taking a lot of tote action here as we loom in on race 11.
I did not tell Mr. Jones that we selected her because he was sitting right next to me. So that would be more dangerous for me than you up there in the booth. But I did tell him this. I said, well, listen, if she wins, you don't have to worry about me interviewing you in the winner's circle. I'll get somebody else. Brickhouse Babe, I've loved her since her first couple of starts on baby races. She's progressed very nicely. She's so regally bred here. Interesting partners as well. Kinsey's, Paul Bordonia, you know, they've had good seasons as well. We've seen them in the winner's circles many times at many tracks throughout the season. But it will not be easy, and she's not the favorite right now. That belongs to number 5, Jiggy Jog, who did just that when Yannick Gingras put a perfect trip on her in opening week. Good roll right now, I guess is the best way to say that. She didn't have much luck at the Meadowlands there for a while, especially in that Jim Doherty final. But she had that nice confidence builder at Pocono, showed up here, perfect trip and drive, but she won with something left, and that's the way you like to see that. We've seen an Oka Svanstead trained pacer in the winner's circle earlier, so let's see if we can get a trotter.
Yeah, when you look at Jiggy Jog's losses down the page, you've got Venerable twice, Joviality. So, I mean, she's really been keeping very good company. Those losses, you could certainly give her an alibi as deep as some of those stakes events were. As you said, she couldn't have been any more impressive here at opening week action, and plenty of options here from a mid-pack post. We'll see what Yannick has in mind here as she continues to take a lot of action up there. Right now, the slight second choice at 7-5. Dave, everyone probably landing on the two favorites here this event. So if you're looking outside of those two, I opted to go to Jay Sweezy Bell, who did a lot of that heavy lifting there last week in the race where Jiggy Jog won. She cut that mile and still stayed up quite nicely to be a good runner up there in 53 flat. Wallaby, the third place finisher, came out to win it overnight, I believe, yesterday afternoon. So that's good to see as well. And this is a nice daughter, Chapter 7. I slotted her right behind the two favorites.
That was a good wake-up call kind of an effort, and she was good to be a solid second. It's not like she was going to, challenge Jiggy Jog, who just rocketed past her at that point. So good point on your part. I used the one Peyton Hanover as well. I like the post relief, and I like that first trip back over the track. She was long odds out of that little bit of Lexus race, and I thought she finished okay, but she can go a little bit faster than that. And I guess we should pay a little respect to the 8 Palermo Hanover, who showed up and shocked us last week. First time Dexter done. Haven't we learned our lesson by now, Gabe? The good rally and the way the track is playing, it could work into her favor. I love her pedigree as well. A daughter of Father Patrick out of Personal Style, an Oaks winner.
Yeah, I'd like that pedigree as well. While we've got a moment, Dave, we've got several guests going to be in the house tomorrow. We'll have one of our leading advocates here in the estate, Senator Damon Thayer. He's going to be in attendance tomorrow, and we were happy to be joined on the roof here today by Representative Dan Daly. Dave, of Florida.
Saw that picture.
Florida's 97th district, so great to have Dan in the house. He was in town this week for some of the sales and racing action. Actually picked up part of a horse here. His father,
Did he really?
Dan Daly, of course, raced on the New York circuit for many seasons and winters in Florida, does race some of this as a Pompados. It was great to have Representative Daly. He was up on the roof watching a couple of races with us, and we'll look forward to Senator Thayer, our Kentucky House Majority Leader here in the Senate tomorrow.
Yeah, he was a lot of fun last year when we got to talk to him. He was here for his sister's birthday, but he's coming back tomorrow. Again, good chit-chat. I have done my homework and research to get ready for that as well. Now, listen, one last thing as that third level starting gate moves into position. I'm looking at the time of day. It says 5:30. How do we get word to the Diamond Creek people that we might be a little late for the beach party?
I think the beach party will still be up and rolling there right into the kickoff of that sale tonight at 7 p.m. So a short drive across town to facing Tipton. And we do welcome everyone to come join us. So, Dave, I know you do a lot of research part of the races. Did you know there was a third string gate here at the Red Mile?
I've seen this gate, but only in the mornings when Dan and Greg would do some schooling. So thank God it still works. It's nice, fashionably old, I guess is the best way to say that. But listen, thank God we had one, and we didn't have to worry about canceling the races or anything like that.
It's the vintage Crawford Farm starting gate, and it has moved into position. It's post time for this afternoon's 11th race. Fourth and final division of the International Muddy. First crop of now yearlings for International Muddy. Set of Love You from the world champion Muddy Maker. We're over $5.5 million. International Muddy, the only set of Love You standing stud in North America. He won the Good Times Bluegrass Carl Eskein Trot. He lives at the Hamiltonian Breeders' Crown. He was the 2017 O'Brien Award 3-year-old trotting Colt of the Year. Fourth division of the International Muddy. On a Saturday afternoon at the Red Mile, a field of 9. Who's in behind that Crawford Farm starting gate? Purse in excess of $79,000 are on game. And they are off and trotting. Far outside, Eternally fired up early. Centered the track, Jay Sweezy Bell. Also left the gate and down at the inside, Peyton Hanover is flashing good early speed. Brickhouse Babe also looking to mix it up as they trot into that opening turn. Eternally and Sears march up to the top and sweep over to the lead. Brickhouse Babe. In between fillies there, she continues to advance up. Jay Sweezy Bell floating up in the third spot past Peyton Hanover. Mrs. Taylor is next in fifth as Jiggy Jog was unheard in the early stages to come away in sixth. The quarter contested here, 27-3. Perfect out of his next seventh in front of Unmistakable. And at the back, that's Palermo Hanover as they move on to the backstretch. And Mark McDonald will look to a tap on the brakes up top. Brickhouse Babe used to make the lead here. She takes over 2-1. Eternally at a big price. Looks over for Sears from second. Jay Sweezy Bell tracks just off the top pair third. Peyton Hanover is following at the inside fourth. Jiggy Jog, the favorite, is underway to the outside uncovered fifth past Mrs. Taylor, who opts to sit in at this point. The half is up in 56-1. A Perfect Helen will track the favorite up on the outside seventh with Unmistakable down at the inside, and at the back, Palermo Hanover as they trot onto the far turn. Brick House Babe continues on the point. With 3/8 to trot, Sears aggressive out of the pocket with the long shot eternally. She's back up to engage E-leader. Peyton Hanover is up on the outside tracking that move third. Jiggy Jog. She's anxious. She begins to look 3-1. She's 3 lengths off the lead as they trot through the three-quarter mark in 1:25-1. Brick House Babe continues to battle with eternally. Jiggy Jog is launching up on the far outside though. And it's Jiggy Jog who takes over the lead. Peyton Hanover battles out of between fillies. Moving up play to Perfect Helen. Far outside that's Palermo Hanover, but it's Jiggy Jog with the lead. Palermo Hanover is unwinding up at the far outside. Jiggy Jog or Palermo Hanover from way back. Palermo Hanover going to upset again. Palermo Hanover up to get it from Jiggy Jog. It was very tight for show. Either Mrs. Taylor or Perfect Helen. 153-4. Eight 5-6-2 unofficially in the 11th. It's 8-5-6-2 unofficially. Returning track side for the Diamond Creek Farm. Winner's presentation, Palermo Hanover. Noel Daly picks up his second stakes victory on the Saturday afternoon card. Dexter Dunn with his second win of the bike as well. Palermo Hanover owned by Noel Daly of Chesterfield, New Jersey. Lenny Zealand of New York. At the Gandolfo Stables of Saddle River, New Jersey. Back-to-back major stakes wins in Lexington for Palermo Hanover. She's a 2-year-old bay fillied by Father Patrick from the Yankee Glidemare Personal Style. Bred by the Hanover Shoe Farms. Second consecutive stakes win, 153-4. That is a career best for Palermo Hanover. She upsets here at 23-1 after winning a week ago at 39-1. Greeting the Winning Connections trackside on behalf of the International Money Syndicate and the Hanover Shoe Farms, Cindy Silverson, our director of sponsorships here at the Red Mile. Pete Silverson out there as well, along with Bobby Rotman. To Make the trophy presentation to the winning connections of Palermo Hanover. 856-2 still unofficial. Back-to-back upset wins for Palermo Hanover. Prices up for the 11th race. Palermo Hanover worth $48.80, $10.80 and $5.80. Second to the 5, Jiggy Jog, $2.20 and $2.20. Third to the 6, A Perfect Helen, $12. The exacta was $274.80. $1 trifecta, 856, returns $3,143.60. How about the 20-cent superfecta? 20-cent ticket worth $4,155.78. Official rundowns in for the 11th race. Peyton Hanover 7th. Number 2, Mrs. Taylor 4th. 3, Brickhouse Babe 6th. 4, J. Sweezy Bell finished 8th. 5, Jiggy Jog was 2nd. 6, A Perfect Helen 3rd. Number 7, Unmistakable was 9th. 8, Palermo Hanover the race winner. 9, Eternally was 5th. Rechecking top down at 7, 4, 6, 8, 2, 3, 9, 1 with 5 at the bottom. Palermo Hanover upsets 153 and 4. 12th race up next. Driver change on 2, Fox Valley Oscar to Dwayne Miner. Dwayne Miner drives the 2. Super high 5 wager begin the finale. It's in 12 minutes. At this time, we will sit it downstairs. Dave Brower catching up to a gentleman that has had a nice afternoon here in Lexington, picking up a couple of stakes victories. He is with Trainer Noel Daly.
You know, Gabe, what could be better than that? A couple of big stakes victories and at least one surprise for trainer Noel Daly here. Palermo Hanover, things really coming into hand week 1 at Lexington with the 39-1 upset from Off the Pace. Today, the price was quite that big, but $48 or $49 here. But you told me just before we went on the air that this daughter of Father Patrick has really surprised you. It's taken a while, but she's really coming around.
Yeah, she's got the breeding, and all her siblings have been better at 3, and she's been fine the whole time. But we really didn't think she was quite up to this grade. But she's been, she was marginal even bringing out. We're just trying to get a little bit of black type, maybe running 2nd or 3rd, and just surprised the hell out of us 2 weeks in a row. So that's good.
It just goes to show you guys don't know everything, right?
That's right. That's right. They can surprise you good and bad.
Now, again, it might be something, too. A lot of horses just blossom when they get out here to the Bluegrass in Lexington. She could certainly be the case like that.
Yeah. And, I just basically, because she looked like she was overmatched twice, we just told Dexter to drive her dead. I said, just drive her with one. And then he did a perfect job. He said he was going to go to the in between them at the top of the lane. And he said, I got more trot than I thought. So he come back out to the outside. So it was great.
My first note is, because Brian Sears blasted out of the gate, TRL, that means trailed, so she won last to first.
Yeah.
Not many horses can do that here.
No, well, things, as you say, the track's playing a little that way today, so it worked out for us.
All right. Well, the next time she races, she will not be 24 or 25 or even 30-1, I would think. So good luck with her going forward. Now, earlier today, you had one of the star colt pacers on the horizon right now, Pebble Beach, and you opted to race him the same way today, trying something to just let him finish.
Well, basically, since I broke him in February, he always had talent, but he was, even training, he was never seen to be a front-end horse. So I sort of said to him today, I'm not telling you how to drive, but I'd really rather you're off the pace. And I want him closing, not to be getting run over at the end. So it worked out perfectly for him.
These fancy drivers, do they almost always listen to you, or is it like 50-50?
No, well, I don't give them instructions unless they say, Dexter hadn't driven that filly the last 2 times, and I thought she was overmatched. I said she's got 1 run, drive her dead, and worked out. And then, the other horse, he's a talented horse, but I just know from having him the whole time. So I said to Todd, I'm not giving you instructions. I just know. I said, you can win a Breeders' Crown from off the pace. I don't think you'll win it in front. So I left that with him, So.
All right, well, then that's good experience. Pebble Beach and Palermo Hanover, congratulations, sir, on a beautiful day here at the Red Mile.
Thanks a lot.
The 2021 Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge, presented by Lidfeld Cats Breeding Partnership, is raising money for 4 local charities: the New Jersey Special Olympics, Encourage Kids Foundation, the New Jersey Pandemic Relief Fund, and the John Thurr Cancer Center. We thank platinum sponsors Nancy Tactor, Ron Burke, Nifty Norman, Brett Pelling, and Tony Alagna. Gold sponsors Deo Valente Farms, Concord Stud Farm, Marcus Melander, Julie Miller, Linda Toscano, and Hogan Equine Clinic. Silver sponsors Chris Rotter, Noel Daly, Jim Campbell, Aki Svanstedt, and the Cancellaries. And drivers Dexter Dunn, Yannick Gingras, Tim Tetrick, and Dave Miller.
And for the final time on this Saturday afternoon, Ryan Courtney's called the horses to the track. 12th race finale, Super High Five wagering. It's the Huntsville, sponsored by the Dream Foundation. Mark and Gina Rudolph, Super High Five wagering. The one is Steve Said. Ron Best trains. Ada McCarthy drives for Kenneth Spitty II. Number 2 is Fox Valley Oscar. Jimmy Watson trains for Jerry Blount. Make the driver Dwayne Motter. 3, Hypnotic Dan. Bill Miller trains for Paul Miller. Dexter Dudup. 4 is Hey Hey Mahata. Don Brock, the owner trainer with Dave Miller. 5 is Russell, the Terror. Jimmy Watson trains. Christian Lind aboard for Nicholas Smith. Number 6, Saxon the City, Randy. D. Chrysler, the owner, trainer, and driver. 7, McWiz. Ron Steck owns and trains with Yannick Gingras. The 8, Smooth and Creamy. Freddie Patton Sr., the owner, trainer, Todd McCarthy. 9, One Stop Deal. Randy. D. Chrysler, the trainer. Andy Miller aboard for Harley Emerson. And rounding out the 12th race field, that's Swinging Jetty. Marta Sheehan trains. Tim Tetrick up for Amanda Stevens. That is the field for the 12th race. Super High Five finale. Dwayne Motter drives 2, Fox Valley Oscar. Once again, Dwayne Motter on the 2. All else clear. Good luck in the finale. It's only a few minutes away. Twelfth and final race up next. Palermo Hanover steps up and upsets again. Dave, how about that? 39-1 winner last week, but completely overlooked again today, myself included. 23-1. And really, our style of racing suited the track here perfectly today as well.
You know, it's tough to bet on a filly, especially a trotter, that you know is going to get away last. I don't care what the race is. I don't care what the bias is or anything like that. And she was last early. But I tell you what, the front end did fall apart again. She stacked wide to the outside, and she just must love it out here in the bluegrass, or she loves the handling by Dexter Dunn, because even Noel Daly there, you heard it from him in the winner's circle. What a pleasant surprise.
It was indeed. Big day and big couple of weeks down here for Noel Daly so far. Great to see. Great to have him back with us over the last couple of years as part of the Grand Circuit action. Dave, the pick 4, we want to give everyone an update.
Oh, yeah.
This is our final day. Of course, we're heading to mandatory payout status tomorrow, closing day, and all of our signature wagers, pick 5, pick 4 included. The pick 4 just covered with 3 horses here. Number 3, Hypnotic Dan, a single ticket out, would be worth $8,500. The 5, Russell the Terror, single ticket out, would be worth $8,500. And there are 2 tickets out of the 9 one-stop deal, would be worth $4,200 and change. So after a big 5-figure payout yesterday, better than $10,000, if someone captures this pick 4 here today, they are going to head to another healthy score to close out the Saturday action.
And we'd love to have that as well, and congratulations to the people if they hit. But we also would love to have carryover. You know, they teased us with this yesterday. We thought it was a good possibility. But, Gabe, you can look at that wide-open betting board about as well as I can. This is anybody's race. So, 3, 5, 9 are the ones that are covered. Any of the other 7 would produce that 80 plus whatever $100 carryover, so that'll keep us on our toes for tomorrow. And a quick shout-out to number 10 here, Swinging Jenny, because the 8-year-old mare, she's owned by Amanda Stevens, our track photographer, so a little extra reason to root for Jenny.
Our track photographer and the executive director of the Kentucky Harness Horsemen's Association as well. So, yeah, Amanda, the owner there, and the co-breeder along with her husband, Matt. Swinging Jenny's been a veteran on the Kentucky circuit, Dave, for quite some time. She went down and took a couple of spins at Shenandoah Downs over in Virginia, where she picked up a couple of checks back here in Lexington. Her style does suit this track, I will say that. I had this as a bit of a head-scratcher. Originally, you and I both selected the one Steve said. I don't like to do this, Dave, but I would probably opt out of that selection, because the entire reason why I was on Steve said there from post 1 was because I thought he would be out on the lead here. A field full of question marks. I just wanted to try a horse I thought was going to be on top. But I am not looking to play at that angle any longer. I don't really know how this race is going to set up, but I would much prefer a horse that's going to be rolling at the late stages the way we have sat and watched this track play all day long.
You know, it's unbelievable how it has been, and you and I are going to have to take a real good long look at the surface, maybe even walk it, as some thoroughbred people do tomorrow morning, to get a little evaluation on how it may or may not have changed. And it's probably going to take us a couple of races tomorrow before we can zero in on what we think. Now, the perils of being a public handicapper like you and I are, Gabe, is we have to do our work several days in advance, and I kind of adopted the same policy as you. Andy McCarthy drove, Steve said, to a win back here in late August. He was able to follow, at least in the early half mile at that point. So, you know, he's going to probably try to do that today if possible. But I don't see too many other ones on the program for some of the any other horses. So this might be one of those races where the man says go and they kind of like all line up in pose position order. That wouldn't shock me. We'll see if Steve said can hang on. He's going to have to slow the pace down. He's not going to be able to go 28.55 and hang on today. So we're just going to have to wish ourselves luck. At least we are getting the proper price if we happen to guess right. 6-1 right now versus the 4-5 on Dave Miller and Hypnotic Dan, or Dexter Dunn and Hypnotic Dan.
Yeah, that's got to be a completely track bias inflation at the price, Dave, because I do not think had we seen this track play as it typically does, which is a very fair track. It's really not as speed favoring as most tracks are at our sport these days. But if it was just playing fair, I think you'd see maybe half that on Steve's set. I think everyone may be drifting a little off of him just for the same reason you and I are.
Yeah, makes sense. Number 9, one-stop deal. Of course, Andy Miller going to hop into the sulky seat here for Randy Chrysler. He's got a couple in here. He will drive his other mare, Sax, in the city here. That's a good-looking line from up at Hoosier Park in that last start. Slowish start, huge odds, rallies willingly to hit the ticket for third here. No, I don't see too many wins over the past couple seasons, but maybe we should take another long look at one-stop deal.
This is a Kentucky veteran as well, David. His style fits the track perfectly. He likes that one move in the late stages. He's always got a very nice closing kick. Harley Emerson, his owner, typically the trader. I believe Harley's has since probably returned to his home state of Illinois, but Randy Chrysler has taken over the trading duties for now. And again, the way this track is playing, that is a very live contender. As you said, though, could be far back at the early stages.
Listen, good luck tonight at the sale, and good luck with the Cats.
Thanks a lot, my friend. That Crawford Farms Vintage starting gate has moved into position. Post time for the 12th race, a Super High Five. Pacers lined up for the Huntsville. Huntsville stands at Cameo Hill Farms of New York. Field of 10 on gate for the finale, and they are off and pacing Russell. The Terror goes sprinting out quickly. McWiz on the move for Gingras. Down at the inside, Steve Said makes his presence felt as they rolled into that opening turn. One-stop deal is up and on the move early as they enter the Tattersall's turn. McWiz and Gingras take up the lead from Russell, the Terror. One-stop deal settles early in the third spot with Hypnotic Dan Fodder to begin fourth. Steve Said was out racing in fifth in front of Fox Valley Oscar. Hey Mahata is floating wide from a seventh. Swinging Jetty was out eighth from the second tier in front of Sax in the City. At the back marker onto the back stretch is Smooth and Creepy. The quarter was 28-1. It's McWiz on top here at 5-2. Russell the Terror. And Christian Lynn look over from the pocket spot as he moved towards the half-mile mark. One-stop deal. Now on the attack early for Miller. So one-stop deal under progressive handling here as he race up towards the half-mile mark. One-stop deal. Is marching up to apply pressure to McWiz. Those two match strides as the move past the half in 56-3. 28 into in the second quarter. One-stop deal all in right now. And it looks to a clear onto the far turn from McWiz. Hypnotic Dan will be left uncovered at the outside for Dexter Dunn as Russell the Terror continues to save ground at the fourth spot in front of Steve Said. Hey Mahata is up on the outside sixth. Fox Valley Oscar still saving ground in front of Sax in the City. At the back markers are Swinging Jetty and Smooth and Creepy. To the top of the stretch they race. One-stop deal looking to slam the door. And he's on top past three quarters, 124-2. McWiz started to gear back up from second. Hypnotic Dan drifting wide. He's still trying to gain. Russell the Terror is in between horses. Steve Said saving ground at the inside in fifth. It's one-stop deal. Maintaining the lead for Miller. Hypnotic Dan continues to gain ground as he drifts out. Russell the Terror is in between with McWiz down at the inside. One-stop deal's close to home. One-stop deal to win. Hypnotic Dan was second. McWiz finished third. Russell the Terror was fourth. Hey Mahata rounds out the Super High Five fifth at 153-1. 93754. 93754 on official to race 12. Returning trackside for the Diamond Creek Farm winner's presentation. This is One Stop Deal. Randy D. Chrysler, the trainer. Harley and Janet Emerson trackside. Owners of the 9 One Stop Deal of Golconda, Illinois. Andy Miller in for a pair. One Stop Deal, an 11-year-old bay gelding by Western Ideal. The Arts Place mare, Arch Stopper. Greeting the Wedding Connections trackside, Steve Jones of the Cameo Hills Farm. On behalf of Huntsville, the namesake of the finale, One Stop Deal. Bred by the Roll the Dice stable of Delaware. His second one of the season, 24th overall. One Stop Deal, 153-1. It's 93754 unofficially for the Super High Five. Prices of the 12th race finale, One Stop Deal worth $860, $4 $260. Second of the 3 Hypnotic Dan, $280, $260. Third of the 7 McWiz, $280. 20-cent Super High Five here at the finale, $300.60. A late pick 3 was worth $1,930.60. Exact $22.40. $1 triple was $37.30. How about the pick 4? 2 tickets out. $1 ticket to pick 4 worth $4,245.90. Official rundowns for the 12th and final. Steve said 7th. Number 2 Fox Valley Oscar 6th. 3 Hypnotic Dan 2nd. 4 Hey Hey Mahata was 5th. 5 Russell the Terrier 4th. 6 Sax the City 9th. 7 McWiz 3rd. 8 Smooth and Creamy was 8th. 9 One Stop Deal the winner. Number 10 Swinging Jetty was 10th. Rechecking top down at 7-6-2. 5-4-9. 3-8-1 with 10 on the bottom. One Stop Deal takes the 9 cap 153-1. Once again, fans, that's going to wrap up live racing action on a Saturday afternoon at the historic Red Mile. One program to go on the season. Closing day tomorrow. It's their signature race of the meet, the Kentucky Futurity. Third leg of Trotting's Triple Crown. It'll be the 12th and final race tomorrow afternoon, part of a blockbuster stakes program. Join us tomorrow. Mandatory payouts to all of our signature wagers. On behalf of all of us here at the historic Red Mile, including track president Joe Costa, thanks so much for joining us. For Dave Brower, I'm Gabe Pruitt. Enjoy the remainder of your evening. Go Cats. Good night, everyone.